Thank you. I'm sorry if everyone was waiting. Tonight is the May 12th, 2021 meeting of the City of Edina Planning Commission. As everyone probably knows by now, we're meeting through WebEx technology instead of in person because of the coronavirus. Hopefully sometime in the not too distant future, we'll be meeting in a in-person or in a hybrid in-person manner. With that, welcome. We have 4 public hearings and a sketch plan review tonight. When we get to the public hearings, I'll give further instructions about how to participate in the public hearings. But meanwhile, I'll just ask Planning Department Administrative Manager Liz Olson to do a roll call.
Thank you. Commissioner Agnew?
Present.
Commissioner Elkhire?
Present.
Commissioner Olson?
Here.
Commissioner Bartling?
Here.
Commissioner Strauss?
Here.
Commissioner Bennett? Oh, my apologies. Commissioner Berube?
Here.
Commissioner Miranda?
Here.
Commissioner Cullen?
Here.
Chair Nemrov.
Thank you. Next is the approval of the meeting agenda, which was posted last Friday. Does anyone have any changes or additions to the agenda? As everyone probably knows, we have to do a roll vote for everything so we can officially record. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
I move to approve the agenda as submitted.
Well, I was like, okay, so we have 5 motions. Do we have anyone for everyone else want a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Ms. Olson, can you do a roll vote, please?
Commissioner Agnew?
Aye.
Commissioner Elkhire?
Aye.
Commissioner Olson?
Aye.
Commissioner Bartling?
Aye.
Commissioner Strauss?
Aye.
Commissioner Berube?
Aye.
Commissioner Miranda?
Aye.
Chair Nemrov.
And then one final thing I want to ask, and this is probably directed for staff, do we not have any minutes to approve tonight?
That is correct. Due to the length of the meeting, our minute service has not completed those yet. So you'll likely have 2 sets at your next meeting.
Okay, great. Great. That takes us to the public hearings. And we have 4 of them tonight, and we also have a sketch plan. And just to follow up on what Planner Teague said, we did have a long meeting last week. Well, the first public hearing, I just have a little preamble I want to share with everyone about kind of logistics for the evening. The first public hearing is something that was continued from our last meeting. I asked to review the parking ordinance that we have drafted for public review. And so there's a couple of things I just want to say. One is what we really want to get in particular tonight is public feedback, any public feedback, because we want to have the public hearing portion up, everyone to give us their feedback. The second thing we want to achieve, if we want to achieve lots of things. If we can resolve everything tonight, we will. But the other thing we want to do is we want to try to end the meeting by midnight, hopefully. So because of that, we may put a 90-minute time limit on this matter for parking, and if we don't finish our discussion or finish the public hearing, we'll try to get through everyone's public comments if there are any. But to the extent we don't complete our discussion, we very well may just continue that to our next meeting so that we can try to complete all the other matters by midnight tonight. So with that, I guess we go right to that, and welcome back, Planner, Community Development Director Carrie T. who will present for the city.
Okay, thank you, Chair, members of the commission. So as you know, back in 2020, about 9-10 months ago, the City Council asked the Planning Commission to evaluate and update our parking standards. So the Planning Commission has been working on this over the last 9 months or so. The parking ordinance hasn't been updated since about 1970. Some of the goals and factors that were considered as we've moved through this include trends nationally in the Twin Cities, the redevelopment that we're seeing of parking lots in town, mass transit availability, incentives for potentially reducing parking, sustainability, green space, climate change and equity, and all the number of projects that we have seen where variances or reductions in parking was sought. Commission has recognized the importance of district parking, multimodal options, and mass transit. Items that were considered in our analysis include parking regulations across the Twin Cities, how other cities regulate off-street parking regulations. We looked at similar national cities. Some of those include Charlotte, North Carolina, Highland Park, Illinois, Dublin, Ohio, Birmingham, Alabama, Durham, North Carolina, Glenview, Illinois, and Nashville, to name a few. We also had Nelson Nygaard assist us from a national perspective. Some of the highlights of the ordinance include providing incentives to reduce parking, shared parking, bike parking, location near transit stops. We've added maximums into the ordinance, which we didn't have before. We've separated out our commercial nodes, those little small commercial districts across town. And generally, we've reduced parking standards. So some of the background, again, on the changes, the first section of the ordinance deals with the specific uses. This table demonstrates some of the key changes that have been made. We've listed here the current ordinance, where we were back in January, and the proposed ordinance this evening. So first, in regard to apartments, the current ordinance requires 2 spaces per unit. The proposed ordinance at 1.25 spaces per unit with a maximum of 1.75. Our medical, dental clinics and animal hospitals, 1 space per 200 square feet under the current ordinance. The proposed ordinance is 1 space per 300. In terms of office space, we had a rather complicated formula to figure that out. It was generally 1 space per 200 square feet, and the proposal is for 1 space per 300 square feet with a maximum of 1 per 200. In regard to restaurants, which is kind of where we began in amending the ordinance, the current ordinance regulates restaurants by 1 space per 3 seats. There's also a requirement for providing parking for the maximum numbers of employees on a maximum shift. That's still within the ordinance. but the proposed ordinance regulates based on square footage. So it's 1 space per 100 square feet. Some of the reasoning for that change includes it's difficult to enforce number of seats within a restaurant, but square footage is easy for staff to calculate. In terms of residential use within a mixed development district, current ordinance 1.75 spaces per unit, and the proposal is for 1 space per unit with a maximum of 1.5 spaces. Residential use within a planned commercial district, the current ordinance is between 1 and 1.5 spaces per unit, and the proposal is for 1 space per unit with again a maximum of 1.5. Office also increased in our planned commercial districts, 1 space per 200 square feet currently to 1 space per 350 square feet, similar with shopping centers. The second section of the ordinance separates those nodes. So separate separations or regulations for 50th in France versus 44th in France, Grandview, etc. And then section 3 provides some of those reductions, the 10% if a use is located on a bus stop, provisions for ride sharing, bike parking, and sustainability. The next thing we did was we took our current ordinance and the proposed ordinance and compared them to recent projects that we've done over the last 3, 4, 5 years. So I'll just quickly run through those. This exercise demonstrated to staff that I think we're on the right track with our reductions. It's really similar to what's actually being built out there for projects that are either under construction or been recently constructed. So the first example is the 4500 France restaurant project. The proposal at that use at that site was for a 100-seat restaurant, and the square footage within that building was 3,700 square feet. So there were, under the current ordinance, 43 spaces required. Under the proposed ordinance, where we're calculating it by the square footage, there would also be a reduction because of their location near a transit stop, would be 42 spaces. So generally the same as our current ordinance. The need for restaurant parking comparing to other cities, we seem to be in line there. Most cities do regulate through square footage. The next project is the Avenue on France project. This is the one that was actually denied by the City Council, just west of Southdale, the Southdale Office Center site. So when you look at all the uses that were proposed there, 2,779 spaces were required under the current ordinance. Under the new ordinance, just over 2,300 spaces were required. With that project, you may recall they were in excess of 2,900 parking spaces. They didn't ask for a variance. Part of that project, however, they were suggesting district parking, so they were over code given that district parking. Next is the 70th in France project, preliminarily approved by the City Council. So based on all the uses within that development, 1,385 spaces would be required under the current ordinance. Under the proposed ordinance, 1,043 spaces would be required. What was proposed in that project were 1,170 stalls. Again, they are suggesting some district parking there as well, but the proposed ordinance, they would not have needed any variances or flexibility through the PUD. The next one is 6950 France. That's that new furniture store that was recently completed within the last year or two. It's a 10,000 square foot retail building. Current ordinance, 62 parking spaces would be required. Under the proposed ordinance, 40 spaces would be required. They've constructed 51 stalls. They do have some proof of parking, but they wouldn't have needed to build the number of spaces that were out there today. Next project, Amundsen Flats. That's a affordable housing project, 62 units, 124 spaces would be required under today's ordinance. Under the proposed 77 stalls. Within that development, they're providing 94. So again, no variance or no flexibility through the PUD would be needed. The A.on affordable housing project, which is 70 units, 140 stalls required under the current ordinance. Under the proposed ordinance, 87, which is actually what is to be built out there. So it would be code compliant. The Hazelden Apartments, that's the tallest structure that's under construction on Hazelden, 185 units, 370 stalls would be required under the current ordinance and 231 under the proposed. And they're constructing 277 stalls. So again, that one would be code compliant. The 7200, 7250 project that was approved but not built, the number of spaces required today would be 764 spaces. Under the proposed ordinance, 506. And there were to be 590 stalls within that development. So again, this just provides an example of how the proposed ordinances would fit into some of our recent projects. This has been posted on Better Together, and we did receive a number of responses, 26 in total. The vast majority were against the recommendation. Some of the comments and concerns that were provided included that we don't need this now, especially during the pandemic. People don't want to give up their cars in general. We need parking for businesses. There was one citation of the 71 France apartment mixed use project where they do have enough parking provided, but they're now charging for parking underneath. So there's a concern there when residents don't want to use parking within their facility. So they're starting to park elsewhere. Comments on that the city's mass transit system is abysmal. People in general want 2 to 3 cars. That we should require 2 spaces per unit. Reducing parking results in on-street parking. The city is currently too dense. Reduced parking hurts the disabled and elderly. People don't bike in the winter. It creates less desirable housing, and seniors still drive. Some of those who were in favor of the ordinance, some of those comments included, this is a timely effort that our ordinances are outdated. It reduced costs for housing, which is a good thing. It brings housing rents down. The city should be getting rid of their vacant parking lots in town. And one comment said that the ordinance doesn't go far enough, but it's in a step in the right direction. We also received a submittal with some recommendations, specific ordinance language. Within the Better Together, we don't have the ability to provide exhibits or written comments. So that was why that was included in your packet. So with that, I will stop there and ask the Planning Commission to, as Chair Nemiroff mentioned, to hold the public hearing. The options for you to consider tonight is recommend that staff make changes and we can potentially bring it back and discuss them at the next meeting. Or you could, if you're comfortable with the ordinance, make a recommendation. You could make some changes, recommendations to the ordinance as written today and forward it on to the City Council for the City Council to hold a public hearing. We haven't set any public hearing date for the City Council, so the Planning Commission does have some flexibility with how to move forward on this. So I will stop there and turn it over to the chair.
Well, thanks, Planner Teague. So I'd like to open this up to the public, but just first, if any members of the Planning Commission have questions for Planner Teague, otherwise we're going to have plenty of opportunity to discuss this. So we can always have any questions you have later. Are there any? But just before we go to the public hearing, I just want to offer anyone if they have any questions for staff at this time. Okay, well, again, you're going to have plenty of opportunity later, and we won't conclude this conversation until everyone's had the opportunity to give feedback. Oh, by the way, I got my headphones working. Can people hear me? Okay, great. So unfortunately, we had to continue to tonight from our last meetings, and so maybe people on the phone. So if anyone wants to call in at this point and give testimony, here's the instructions. Call 1-800-374-0221. Enter conference ID 2447027, and you'll give the operator your name, street address, and telephone number, and press *1 when you want to speak. And you'll be placed into queue. You'll have up to 3 minutes. We want to get as many people as we can. We want to hear from as many people as we can. We just ask if you can not repeat something someone said before. You know, I mean, everyone might have a different take on something, which is great, but we don't need to hear several times, you know, the same identical piece of feedback. So with that, I will ask, I don't know, is it Scott? Are you, or someone from the communications department?
This is
Dan. Oh, hi, Dan.
Hi, Mr. Chair. How are you? We do have one caller on the line right now. We don't have anyone in queue. So with that said, I would advise we wait a minute or so to let the delay catch up. And if that caller or anyone else wants to hit *1 to speak.
Is that caller available?
So far, they have not indicated that they would like to speak by placing themselves in queue. You want to give
Okay.
another minute or so? Otherwise, forward.
Okay. Yeah, if you do want to speak, just press *1.
Mr. Chair, we do have our first caller who has called in. If the operator can please unmute the line of Roberta Castellano so that they may speak to the testimony.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello, Ms. Castellano. We can hear you.
Hi, okay, thanks. Roberta Castellano, 4854 France Avenue South. A couple of things to open with. I would like the city to provide a full comparison with all the data together regarding parking at the proposed redevelopment of the Perkins site. So specifically, what is the developer proposing for each of commercial and residential? What are the existing requirements? And what would be the requirements under the proposed revision to code? Also, Carrie mentioned 71 France. I would like to have, that's of course already a completed project, but I would like to have that kind of comparison done for 71 France as well. Because to me, when I see that, it's pretty heavily congested. It looks like, I like the previous chart that Carrie prepared. It looks like, I think the city's proposing to go too low based on what projects have been completed already. Okay, so with that, I just want to say I oppose the parking ordinance amendment at this time. I believe that the reduction to required parking furthers the city goal of busting the boundaries of the 50th and France commercial district and expanding the commercial district into the surrounding neighborhoods. One way to initiate that is by providing inadequate parking for excessive commercial construction inside the present district boundaries, which will result in commercial parking on residential roadways. Second, I oppose the amendment because the city has not yet owned up to the extortion scheme that it inserted in scattered pieces into the 50th and France Small Area Plan, which was approved by City Council in 2019. In the plan, there are several conflicting representations of the study area west boundary. In certain representations, the boundary is well into several properties of Maple Road single-family homes. Elsewhere in the document, the plan's author stated consideration of levying a commercial rate assessment on anyone with property inside the study area boundaries for the purpose of creating district parking. So putting the pieces together, it appears that the city intends to extort property out of Maple Road homeowners under threat of an onerous tax in order to attempt to circumvent Minnesota statutory prohibitions on seizing property from one private landowner to give to another private landowner, and thereby illicitly enabling Lunds to enlarge its redevelopment project beyond the capacity of its current property holdings and constraints, as well as the capacity of the commercial district. And finally, since Planning Commission Chair Ian Nemerov had a leadership role in developing the 50th and France Small Area Plan, I believe he should come clean about the city's plans, address the matter of the extortion scheme, and pledge to remove it from the Small Area Plan. This should be done prior to approving any change to the city code regarding required parking. I'm asking that he address this matter during tonight's hearing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Castellano. Dan, is there anyone else online?
We do have one caller remaining in the queue as of right now. If the operator can please unmute Lori Grotz's line.
Am I unmuted?
Hello, Ms. Grotz. We can hear you.
Yes. I would suggest, my name is Lori Groats, 5513 Park Place. I would suggest to leave the ordinance as is, and going forward, let it happen the way it does right now. If a developer wants to have less parking, let them come forward and request a variance on it. If there's going to be a requirement where less parking is needed, what we're going to end up is with more building on property. And I don't think that's a better situation. Then we're going to run into the situation, building owners are saying, we don't have enough parking. Now we have district parking. And since district parking is a permitted use of TIF, then they'll be building another parking ramp like they're talking up over on France and 44th. And I'm against parking ramps. It's a situation for crime. If you're trying to have fewer cars and less traffic, then why are they always wanting to build more parking ramps? So leave it as it is. People aren't going to be getting rid of their cars. I think it's fruitless to compare us to other cities because we don't have any type of public transit. People are either going to use a car. I suppose you could ride a bike, but if you're going to do any shopping, you're not going to be riding your bike. You're not carrying your groceries home on your bicycle. You're not going to be riding safely in the wintertime. The seniors tend not to be riding. So you may wish that it was different here in town, but it's not going to be. Leave it alone. Thank you so much for your time.
Ms. Grotz. Dan, do we have anyone else?
At this moment, there is no one else in queue. If you want to wait 30 seconds or so, whatever you feel is appropriate, just to let it catch up, although there is no one at this moment.
Sounds good.
Mr. Chair, we do not have any additional callers on this matter. Feel free to proceed if you're comfortable.
Great. Thank you, Dan. Well, with that, I guess I'd ask if anyone would bring a motion to close the public hearing.
I'd move to close the public hearing.
What second?
That's Commissioner Berube and Commissioner Miranda. Ms. Olson, could you do a roll vote, please?
Commissioner Agnew,
Aye.
Commissioner Elkhire,
Aye.
Commissioner Olson,
Aye.
Commissioner Bartling,
Aye.
Commissioner Strauss,
Aye.
Commissioner Berube,
Aye.
Commissioner Bennett, Commissioner Miranda,
Aye.
Chair Nemerov.
Aye. Well, that brings up to the Planning Commission. I guess I'll ask Planner Teague and anyone else, if anyone has any responses to the public comments. Otherwise, we can just go into our discussion. Any further questions? Anyone? Okay. I don't really. I will say that there was a personal attack that I'm befuddled by, and that's the hardest I'll speak on camera about. But other than that, I guess it's up to the Planning Commission. Does anyone have any feedback on where we are right now? You know, I want to kick off the discussion. Commissioner Strauss.
Yes, you know, I mean, we certainly have had our go-round with talking about this matter, and I think Director Carey's exhibit graph, I think it shows us that we're probably not as far into changes as some might like, but I think we're moving in a direction. I don't think we keep things as they are, and I think Carrie's information shows us that I think we're moving in the right direction, and we're consistent with what, you know, not only the market but other municipalities, cities are doing. So to me, it seems like a pretty sound next step for us to take.
I'll say.
Thank you, Commissioner Strauss. Commissioner Bartling.
Hi. Just a few comments on it for me. You know, I know that it can be a point of contention when people live in a community and they're used to things being the way they are. But as Edina grows into something that it didn't start out as, you know, a very large inner ring suburb, and a star city at that, if we want to remain a star city, we have to start thinking about what the future is. And we can say that we don't have the public transport, but we can't live on that. We have to try to make that better. And I agree. Then there's fear. Then there's always fear that, oh, we'll build more parking ramps. We'll do this. We'll do that. We also, as a city and a commission, and also need to be cognizant of what that is and what that means, and make sure that we are building the right and, well, the proper things that are going to continue to make our city a star city. So that's just my thoughts on that. Thank you.
Anyone else? Commissioner Olson.
Yeah, I agree with the comments that have been made so far. I just, these haven't been changed for so long, and we really need to update the parking requirements. And, you know, and change is hard, but it's also the bigger picture with climate change and everything. We need to start taking steps to reducing the dependency on cars. And I know that everything's not there to support that yet, but this is a step that we need to take. And it just seems like we're constantly, you know, reviewing variance requests for parking and just kind of making, you know, random decisions. And this ordinance amendment will help us use that as a direction to be a little bit more consistent. So I am completely in support of this.
Thank you, Commissioner Olson. Anyone else?
Chair Nemerov, I guess I'd add one thing.
Commissioner David Elkire.
Good evening. I've endorsed the comments that have already been made. Just to add one other perspective or point of view. It's one thing that's really been impressed upon me in the last few months is that we don't have a square foot of space in Edina to waste. And to me, there's a great deal of urgency in ensuring that we're not requiring or encouraging developers to add one more parking space than is actually needed for a particular use. So to my mind, that's why it makes sense to put downward pressure on the current code. Commissioner Strauss said it very well, I thought, when said, we're making a move in the right direction. For me, this is a very complex question. It's hard to know exactly what the right number is, but it seems like a good, strong, positive move in the right direction. Thank you.
Commissioner Alcott. Commissioner Berube, I believe you had wanted to speak also.
Yeah, thank you. And I would echo the comments that have already been made. This as Commissioner Alcar said, and others, this is a tough decision because we don't have as much transportation, public transportation and other modes of transportation as we might like. We likely won't get it until there's the demand for it. There's not going to be the demand for it if everybody's driving their cars. So there's a bit of catch-22. And I think rather than being more drastic with the parking, this is a good intermediate step. And it's a good update considering, it's been at least since I think it was 1990 and the really officially 1970, right? Since these have been updated. So I support the direction that this is taking. I do want to point out what was mentioned before by some other commissioners, and that is I think staff did a great job in summarizing all of the information. The cover memos were really great at giving high-level information and really being very succinct to, helping us see where the numbers fall, and the comparison to peer suburbs that was also really helpful, both local and national. So shout out to the staff for doing that. Thanks.
Berube. Let's see, there's a few commissioners. Other commissioners,
I'd like
anyone
to
else? Oh, Commissioner Miranda. Hello, Commissioner Miranda.
Hello. Thank you, Chair Nemerov. I'd just like to point out today I went to, I'm on the Climate Action Plan working group that the city has initiated, and today was our first meeting beyond the introductory meeting. And some really scary statistics were presented to us. So just since 1970, the summer warming, the average summer temperature has been up 2.3 degrees in Minnesota. This isn't a world thing, this is just in Minnesota. Winter warming are, for the Twin Cities area, we are 5.5 degrees warmer. Our summer nights are 4.2 degrees warmer. Our first 80-degree day is 15 days earlier. There's only 365 days in the year. I mean, these are alarming statistics in 50 years, and it's only getting worse. And, it's rich countries and rich areas of rich countries that produce the greatest impact, and Minnesota transportation is our greatest impact on climate change. And so, well, it could be seen as a first step. It's just we don't really have time. I mean, we're talking about goals for 2025, goals for 2030, goals for 2050, and we keep putting off those goals further and further into the future. And the further we delay the goals, the harder it is to do what we need to do. So I think we should just toss the whole parking requirement thing completely. So I don't think we should go with this. Thank you.
Miranda. Anyone else? Excuse me. Okay, well, I'm. Oh, Commissioner Agnew. Hi, welcome.
Yes, I was giving Jimmy a minute to speak up if he had something. I have spent more time this last year.
I'm waiting.
Oh, okay. I've spent more time this past year thinking about researching and learning about parking than I ever really thought possible. And I say that to show that I really don't take any of this lightly. And I really care about helping make the best decisions for our community at large. I hear the concerns about traffic spilling into residential areas, and I agree that that would be problematic. And there are tactical ways to combat that through the use of paid on-street parking and through residential permits in most of these affected areas. I don't think that the best thing for our community, however, is to mandate additional spots that are costly and sit vacant much of the time. This isn't tackling the root of the problem. So we really need to implement these strategies that will actually make it more attractive to drivers to shop and dine and engage in our community activities within these popular nodes that we have. Our current code outlines the different parking requirements for the nuances of many different types of properties. Automobile and boat sales, furniture and major appliance sales, car washes, and those are just some examples. And I think that we really need to think about, you know, where these recommendations come from. They come from outdated manuals that sometimes have insufficient data to really make a recommendation, or worse, sometimes they're poorly forcing recommendations that isn't supported by the data. So what we need to do is really reduce these costly mandates to lessen the regulation and allow market forces and the needs of the community to drive what is actually built to really right size the parking that we have. You know, requiring more parking where it isn't needed furthers our reliance on vehicles and therefore requires more parking. You know, we cannot create easily walkable cities if people have to walk long distances in our cold weather just to get from point A to point B. And really dedicating as much parking, especially unused parking, exasperates this problem. Today, the costs of parking are passed along to consumers and residents without the visibility into what is driving that, right? Like we have the costs of additional parking and those aren't eaten by developers. They're passed along through the costs of goods, food sold, right? It's embedded in the prices of the restaurants that we go to. It's embedded in the rent without giving residents the ability to elect or select how much parking they need, right? So really right-sizing parking and implementing these methods to charge users for parking really makes the reality of the high cost of parking transparent. And it enables consumers to make the best market decision for themselves. You know, you think about decoupling parking from rental spaces. That means that if someone wants to have 2 or 3 cars, right, they can opt into that number. But those residents who only have 1 car or might not drive at all don't have to have exorbitant rental costs just because of that. Ultimately, I think the goal in reducing these costly mandates is to get rid of the wasted space and cost to make our community safer, more accessible for everyone, and really responsive to both the current and future needs, not the needs from 30 plus years ago. It isn't to take away parking or force people to solely use really that transit or other modes of transportation, but really effective parking strategies help ensure that we are right-sizing parking and building what is needed. It is not about eliminating parking. Personally, I don't think that this does enough. We need to be building out parking benefit districts. We need to establish the right costs of on-street parking to reduce cruising. And I think, you know, very specifically about the 44th and France node. And that's to ensure that there is parking available for those who want it and need it. The goal here is to really right-size parking when other mechanisms to drive down the demand aren't being used. I think we as a commission need to come together and tackle this more cohesively and in a timely manner. We've been thinking about this, for 9 months now. We can't just approve something that does a little when it may not be reviewed for another 30 plus years. We also need to directly engage the community and think about what the different areas of our community need. And so, again, I think that this doesn't do enough, and we need to keep working at it. Thank you.
Commissioner Agnew. Commissioner Bennett, I believe that you said you wanted to say something. Are you Jimmy? Are you here? I don't see him. Does any?
I see him, but he's on mute.
There he is. Commissioner Bennett, would you like to speak, or anyone else?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I don't know. My computer restarted, so I was on my phone. Now I'm back. I'm sorry. Well, Commissioner Agnew summed it up so eloquently. I might just revoke my privilege to speak right now for myself, but I do want to just acknowledge the 2 residents who called in, because we don't have enough engaged people on this. And there's a lot of context here. There's a lot of time here that if you just saw, you know, this quick public hearing, I can see it from your perspective totally. I just want to touch on 2 things, change and urgency. When I bring up change, it seems to be like the common thread of our discussions, where we are at right now and what needs to happen in the future. So just to put things in context, there's an area by where I live where 44th and Brookside intersect. And that used to be the intersection of the Dan Patch line and the Twin City Lake Minnetonka electric line. These carried people, residents, to go do their things, across the region. And that was cool, and we're trying to go back to that. But the part of history that's interesting was before this time, someone bought some of the land with this idea to have more of like an urban retreat village type of thing. And they had this land for like 20 years and nothing happened with it because people didn't want to go all the way out to Edina, right? And so this is just 100 years ago or 100 plus years ago. And now we're in a city that's fully developed for the most part. And where is our growth going to happen, right? It's in these neighborhood nodes. And this is really what this parking requirement impacts. The places that we live by, that we patronize and use a lot. And so that's who we are now, and where are we going, right? We need to capitalize on these beloved commercial neighborhood nodes and do it in a way that we can get there safer by bike and by foot. And that's where our change needs to happen. And that's the sense of urgency that Commissioner Miranda brought up. This isn't enough. And while I also agree it's a logical step forward, that's kind of where I'm torn. It's like, well, let's just approve it. I'm, with Commissioner Agnew for the most part of this isn't enough. Let's keep working on it. And that other aspect of change we heard recently, as soon as we adopt the zoning code, it needs to be updated. So I also fear if we update this, it might get shelved for another 10 years or something to get talked about again. So, there is a massive sense of urgency, and we need to take steps in the right direction for our infrastructure, and that's getting people safer by foot and by bike. And you can say, hey, there's winter, or hey, we want 3 cars, but, to get to that place, we need to invest in the right infrastructure and the right strategies. And I think we need to look at this more comprehensively, like Commissioner Agnew mentioned. So although I support this in the right direction, I just don't support approving it right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bennett. Anyone else? Commissioner Olson?
Can I just do a quick response? I mean, I think I totally agree with, what you're saying. But I don't think this is preventing us from doing that. I think when we've, had our discussions, our work sessions talking about this, we've all agreed that we still have to look at the larger picture for those parking districts. And, but this is one piece of it. And so I don't see that, by approving this amendment, that's preventing us from still taking those other steps. But I think what you're suggesting is just continuing to, I think it's better to do something and continue with our work versus, nothing. This has been, on the table since I first started on the Planning Commission. So I don't see them being exclusive, that if we pass this parking ordinance amendment, that prevents us from still looking at and, approving or what's the right word I'm trying to think of. But anyway, supporting those parking districts and still looking at that, the bigger picture. But that's just my thought. I don't know, Carrie, if that's incorrect, if they're tied together, but it seems like we could still do the other thing.
Yeah, I would agree. It seems kind of a yes and. Some of the things that Commissioner Bennett, Commissioner Agnew are talking about go beyond off-street parking regulations for private uses. It's the building up our pedestrian and bikeways, providing district parking. It's really a bigger picture. It could be a work plan item that we add in addition to this parking ordinance for off-street parking for private uses. that next step would be to talk about those bigger picture things, district parking in the nodes. So yeah, I see it kind of as that would be the next step.
Thank you, Plenty. Commissioner Miranda?
Yeah, I would say if we're going to do the problem with doing things in multiple steps is that it's too easy to keep pushing it back, pushing the second step back, because it's like, well, we've done something, the urgency seems to decrease. But so what I would propose is that if we're going to do things in 2 steps, the first step is to just remove minimums completely, and the second step is coming up with maximums. So that's another thing we should do.
Commissioner Miranda? Anyone else?
This is Commissioner Agnew. I just want to add on a little bit to what I said, kind of in response to Carrie's comment. When I mentioned parking benefit districts, it was different than district parking or thinking about parking ramps within specific nodes. It's really about how do you create parking, paid parking, on-street paid parking that then is going back into that community and is used as ways to increase safety, increase the ability for pedestrians to navigate that area, and it's keeping that all localized. And so I just didn't want to suggest that in my spiel that I was necessarily a proponent for district parking ramps.
Anyone else? Anyone else?
Right here.
Commissioner Bennett?
I guess I'm right above you in my video, so yeah, just in response to some of that, and I think we've talked about it before, but I'm torn here because we're trying to address something that really needs to happen, a customized approach per area with a blanket type of solution that doesn't, I mean, you look at the comparisons to some of the numbers, it's like not enough change really. And it's not going to propel us, Edina, into the right direction, in my opinion. It's making it a little more comfortable unless, we start to really transform the way we look at district infrastructure and benefits. So I'm still torn. I'm willing to have someone convince me either way, but I'm still leaning toward not approving this so it stays a priority and we can get some more public engagement around it.
Thank you, Commissioner Bennett. Anyone else? Commissioner Berube, do you have?
Yes. So just to clarify, if we don't approve this tonight, what is the process? And also, isn't one of our choices to not approve it but send it to City Council as is? And have them
So
discuss?
we have Carrie, I'll take a shot at this one. I mean, I think we have a few options here. One is tonight is to approve what we have in front of us. 2, I suppose, would be to amend it. 3 would be to continue the discussion to another time. And 4 would be to say, look, we don't want to change parking standards right now. But that seemed like the options, Carrie?
Yeah, I believe so. I'm just thinking, how do we send that to the City Council?
Change anything. We don't send anything to the only thing we would send to the City Council is an ordinance that we changes. If we decide we don't want to change the parking ordinance right now, that would not go to the council. Or if we want to continue discussion.
And when we update their work plan, we just give them that's the status.
But what would he put on our work plan for 2021 is say, yeah, we reviewed parking and we decided to stay as is, or continue the discussion next year, or, but we don't have to deal with reviewing the 2021 work plan in May. You know, we can figure out, maybe we'll have other discussions. I don't think we're going to decide tonight, no changes, let's move on and be done with this. I think, you know, we're likely, if we decide we don't make any changes tonight, we'll say, let's continue the discussion. I think that's probably the more likely path.
Alternatively, if we approve it tonight, the city council may take it under advisement and then change it either drastically or modestly or not at all. Correct?
Yeah.
So we could approve it as it was submitted, or we could make drastic changes to it. Either way, it'll go to the city council for further discussion. Is that correct?
If we make changes, it goes to city council.
Yep.
If we approve a resolution that changes the ordinance in some way, it goes to city council. If we do not approve if we do not approve changes to the ordinance, it would not go to city council.
So it sounds like, based on the comments that I heard tonight from the commissioners, it sounds like at a minimum, we're changing it from what we had to the current draft. And then there are some people who would propose we change it further. Is that correct?
I guess.
Yeah.
Speaking for
So,
myself.
We
not
haven't
necessarily,
voted,
but sort of
it's that
correct.
direction.
Yeah, that's sort of correct. Let's put it that way.
Okay, so it sounds like most people want to change it, at least.
What we'll
somewhat
do
from
though
what
is
it was.
everyone will express their opinion, and then someone will make a motion one way or another.
Okay, I'm just trying to clarify exactly what we're discussing here, and whether it requires going back to the drawing board or whether it's incremental steps.
And that could be something. Could I go to Commissioner Bennett?
Yeah, can I just clarify the process then? And I think I will be more amenable to a decision if I understand the process. But from what I understood, is if we approve this amendment and then the city council approves it, it's removed from our work plan for the remainder of this year, right? And then we'd have to add it to next year or a following year. And that's why I don't want to make that decision. If this is a yes and we can approve this change and it stays on our work plan, then I'd be more amenable to at least get a step in the right direction, but it still stays in process. So someone could clarify that for me. That would help a lot. Thanks.
What do you think, Carrie? Does it if we approve something, does it have to go off our work plan at that point?
Well,
We have other things we need to work on.
we do. So that's what I'm thinking. I think the off-street parking ordinance that the council asked you to change, that would go off the work plan. We do have, we need to start that Cahill study. That's going to be a pretty big project and time consuming for all of us. It would seem that next step would be to add to the 2022 work plan these next steps. But again, it's up to the commission.
So I have a few substantive comments. Does anyone else have any other substantive comments or questions?
Well,
Commissioner
I was
Miranda.
just going to say, yeah, thank you. I was just going to say that, getting rid of minimum parking does not mean that we are banning parking. I just want to make that clear, right? So if we get rid of minimum parking, then obviously businesses and developers are still going to build parking. They're just going to build the parking they think they need rather than what they think the city needs. So I just want to make that absolutely clear.
Thank you. Anyone else? So I'm going to start by disagreeing with Commissioners Agnew and Miranda. I disagree that developers I disagree that we're mandating required parking, and I disagree that developers will build what they need. I think if we eliminate parking requirements, back up. We're not requiring parking. What we're requiring is the developers to be responsible for the parking that we forecast their development will cause. So if we eliminate parking requirements, developers will build what they think they need, but to a greater or lesser extent, they're going to shade it to the absolute minimum they think they need to make their project saleable to their investors and their customers. And they will take advantage of the public realm as much as they can get away with and still have a valuable development. So I don't think that eliminating parking in our current, let me back up. We unfortunately, we don't live in the world in which we'd like to live. The big drivers for changing parking demand for commercial developments in the city of Edina are going to come from changes other than parking requirements. Parking requirements are the tail to the dog. The dog is improved infrastructure, improved transit, improved parking, exploration of parking benefit districts, paid on-street parking, other changes in behavior. But until those changes are made, the more we reduce parking, the more we're really going to be inviting developers to free ride off the neighborhoods or off other developers' properties. It's just not going to be a positive thing. That said, I do agree with one thing I think I'm going to credit to Commissioner Agnew, but I think other people talked about too, which I'm going to restate as status quo inertia. Commissioner Agnew expressed a concern that I'm not looking at this again in 30 years, and I do too. Some of the feedback we received was, well, don't change it from what happened, what it was in the past. And just because something was created in the past doesn't mean it's right today. You got to deal with the world that you have today and what you reasonably foresee it changing to. So you don't deal with what just because something was approved in when we were all, I don't know, when Jimmy Carter was president, or doesn't mean it's appropriate for the world today. And there's going to be changes in the world, but they're so hard to forecast right now. For example, I think I sent something out a couple weeks ago. Right now, a lot of transit departments in other cities are forecasting a stark decrease in transit use, and office planners are forecasting that companies are going to be moving their offices out of downtown. Not all of them, but people aren't going to be officing downtown as much anymore. And the people that are officing downtown are going to be having more of a hybrid work schedule. So downtown work is really the meat of transit systems. And if fewer companies are located downtown, and the ones that are located downtown, workers are going downtown less, that's going to be a big hit to the transit systems. And frankly, what other cities are starting to see already as people returning from COVID is people are not going back on transit, and they're actually seeing more people want to take single cars. So much as we'd like to see transit take over, we're in a real unknown situation here. I don't think we can just simply say we see that all the environmental needs, which I do, and that's going to drive a change in behavior. And in fact, there is one forecast out there that people don't talk about that, we frankly, well, I don't want to get into environmental economic warfare, but there's a lot of changes that could even cause an increase in coal usage. But that's a little off the track. We have to deal with the world we have today. And the world we have today is our parking ordinances from several years ago were too high. We need to lower them. I actually think we're lowering them a little too much. But what we're trying to do is make developers be responsible for the parking that we forecast that their development is going to cause. I think we really need to put our eggs in the basket of all the things that frankly were approved in 2015, 2014, 2018, which are, and Carrie can give us a larger update about what progress has been made on the Grandview transit plan. You can get a better review of what progress is being made on the 44th parking goals. But until we can, and Lou's going to be working on environmental. The biggest thing going back to Commissioner Agnew's concern is what we face is what I call status quo inertia. And that's the concern that we'll do something and then everyone will say, just like people were saying right now, oh, well, it's been fine since 1978. Let's just let it go for another 30 years. Or, we've gotten comfortable with lack of progress on the parking and transit goals we've established in the Planning Commission just since Commissioner Olson came on, which isn't that long ago. And you know, I think hasn't been as much progress, and we can talk about that separately. I've got a better understanding as to why there hasn't been as much progress as some of us like to think, and I've got a better understanding since our last meeting that there has been some progress, which we could talk about separately, but it's probably not to the extent. We need those things to happen before we can really take a deep dive and make a deep cut on parking. So this is going farther than I think we really can tolerate. I really like the presentation Planner Teague did, where he showed how the projects we've approved, this would currently work. The ones we didn't approve, I thought that was well done. If developers want to come in below where we are, they still have that. They can still get a variance. So I would just go forward with this and then put all our eggs in a better understanding on all those other issues regarding transit and parking and other things that can really make a impact on parking requirements. Simply eliminating parking requirements won't make the cars go away. It'll just make them go somewhere else. And so that's where I'm at. So I would actually recommend that we move this forward, or else continue it to have further discussion either at a work session or at our next meeting. So that's my recommendation. I don't know if anyone else has any feedback to what I've said. Commissioner Agnew.
So Target, Southdale, I point because I live right here, is, correct me if I'm wrong, underparked. There was a variance put in place to reduce the parking based off of what would have been required. And have you ever seen that parking lot full? Southdale is very much a sea of parking. And think of how much better we could be utilizing that space. You mentioned, Chair Nemerov, that a lot of this is based off of forecasted need, right? The requirements today are based off of forecasted need. But I don't agree with the process for forecasting that need. ITE is the basis for a lot of this, but having dug into some of their data, I don't think that it makes sense, and I don't think that it's what we should be using for the basis of our ordinance. I think that maybe one other thing that I'll toss out there, right, is what if we completely got rid of all of these minimums, but rather required developers to put forward a plan that showed what they actually truly believe is going to be the needs of whatever it is that they're building and how they'll accommodate those needs. I think that the idea, and Commissioner Miranda succinctly said this, right? Eliminating costly mandates does not mean that we are eliminating parking. It just means that we are not saying that we as the Planning Commission know what's best for every instance, for boat sales, for laundromats across the ecosystem, right? Like, let's let the experts and the market forces really make the decisions. And so maybe that's one idea of eliminating parking and just requiring that there's a proposal that adequately meets what that demand is. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't think anybody on this Planning Commission was involved in determining the parking requirements for Southdale back in 1962 or whatever, or Target whenever that was built. So, I mean, that's kind of the point, is those were outmoded, and that's one reasons we're addressing this, is because we do have seas of parking that we're not needing. But that just because we were over required before, that's not a good reason to underdo it today and just leave it up to whatever developer wants to do. Asking the developer to come with a plan, that actually is our process, and then if we agree, they can go forward. And if we don't, they have to get a variance. I mean, that is exactly what the ordinance is. That's the purpose of the ordinance. Commissioner Miranda.
We recently changed the ordinance so that the city used to require two, I don't know if it's parking spaces or two garage spots per house, right? We changed that to one recently, if I remember correctly. And I don't think we've seen a huge decline in the number of garages in houses. So in our neighborhood, we're having tons of tear downs. Basically, it's minimum two, often three garages per property. People and businesses will build what needs to be built. We could even, and because, our our single-family home neighborhoods all have plenty of parking for the residents, right? We don't need extra parking for them. So what are we doing? We're worried about either people parking in front of, shoppers or whatever, or workers parking in front of someone's house, and someone just not liking someone parking in front of their house for whatever reason, or preventing the convenience of them being able to park in front of their house when they have plenty of space in their driveway or their garage or whatever. So there's no need in our neighborhoods, in our single-family home neighborhoods, for more parking, right? And if there's some spillover from a local neighborhood node into the surrounding neighborhoods, do we want to sell off the future of our children and the future residents of Edina, so that somebody doesn't have somebody parking in front of their house? I mean, that's, as far as I understand, that's the worst thing that could possibly happen if we remove parking requirements, is that somebody parks in front of someone's house. Well, on our street, because we're in an older part of town that was built as Commissioner Bennett mentioned, transit Edina was founded on transit. If you think of Morningside as the first suburban part of Edina, because it was farms before then. And Morningside, where I live, is a streetcar neighborhood, and the houses and the streets are designed for the streetcar. And the 44th and France neighborhood node and the 50th and France node were all designed before cars. The buildings are up along the street, they're up along the sidewalk. The city added, group parking later on to 50th and France. We have survived as a city with less parking. And we can survive in the future with less parking. And I just think there's literally no reason to require parking in the city. As I've said before, when you build infrastructure for cars, you get more people driving. When you build infrastructure for walking, biking, and transit, you'll get more people walking and biking and transit. And parking requirements is literally infrastructure for cars. Thank you.
Well, thank you. So does anyone wish to make a motion on any of these proposals, Commissioner Olson?
Sorry, I always have to find my unmute, but I'd like to move approval of the ordinance as presented. And just, also add the comment that, I still would like us to keep continuing the bigger picture discussion. But I make the motion with what's in front of us tonight. But my goal is that doesn't mean we're closing the book on this discussion.
Thank you. Is there a second to that motion?
I will second that, and especially being supportive of continuing the conversation, but moving it forward so that we don't just get stymied. I think moving it forward is important, so I will second that motion.
Any further discussion? I see Commissioner Agnew has her hand up.
Thank you. Yeah. Just a reminder that we do need to have our working plan approved by the City Council. And so I think, to Carrie's point, if we approve this and they remove it then from our working plan because we put forward a plan, we don't know that we will have the approval to continue talking about this. And I also think that there is a lot of other stuff that we want to get to as a planning commission. And I know that in the last couple of sessions, basements has come up. There have been other things that have come up that we want to review. And I think that means that we need to meet, we need to have working sessions as a planning commission. And the last few have been canceled. And that makes it really hard to continue to make progress on these things that are really important for our city. So I will say that it's important that we meet, especially if we say that these things are important for us to tackle.
If I might,
Yeah, I agree.
I believe Commissioner Olson's motion, in a sense, we're asking the City Council to continue the discussion. And if they agree with that, I would suspect they would, that we could continue the discussion even this year.
Let me ask you this a little differently, though. So for the 2022 work plan, that clearly needs City Council approval. For 2021 work plan, does we even if we approve one matter. I mean, if something's on our 2021 work plan, does that mean we only get to approve one thing and it's done, or is that just on our work plan for 2021? So we can approve, or could you approve, like, could you do 3 reviews related to something on your 2021 work plan and have incremental, yeah, we completed this project today, but we're going to look at a second project tomorrow for your 2021 work plan? Carrie?
I see that we would have the ability, the way this motion is made, we're asking the council, or you're telling the council, this is just our first step in this work plan item. This is the off-street parking ordinance amendment, but there's also additional things that go along with parking in general that we'd like to continue that discussion.
Yeah, I don't think there's any rule, however. I mean, just to be a procedural pedant for a moment, I don't think there's any rule that says once a commission approves one matter on their, comes to a certain resolution for matter 4 on their work plan, that means they no longer can look at matter 4 during that calendar year. It does mean that they can't look at number 4 during the next calendar year unless that's added to their work plan again for the next calendar year. So I don't even know if we need council approval to continue looking at parking related issues once we approve this resolution, or if we approve this resolution. That's just,
yeah, I think you're right. That's fair. We're still, it's still a work, parking is a work plan item. We could still continue.
Now,
maybe we just inform the council that's our intent.
Yeah, okay. Any further discussion? And the same, Commissioner Bennett?
Yeah, I will support this if and only if we do not take a break with the conversation and the planning, because I just can't say it enough, like how important our nodes are. And Commissioner Nemerov, I think you convinced me a little more too, is, the tail of the dog. So much stuff needs to happen before and in concert with this type of change from the city perspective. So my hesitation before is certainly if this gets shelved for an unknown period of time, we're gonna be playing catch up again, and it's gonna be much more critical then. So I don't know if that's just where I'm at. So I'll support it if and only if this continues on our work plan.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Cullen, did you have your hand up? Okay, I'm sorry. Any other Commissioner Miranda?
Yeah, I'd just like to agree with Commissioner Agnew. And again, being on the Climate Action Plan work group today, we're going to have, we as a city and as a planning commission are going to have lots to do over the next few years. If we really want to address climate change and make drastic changes before 2025, 2030, and 2050. And if we spend all our work sessions, debating whether it's a 30% reduction or 35% reduction, whatever, in parking, it's a huge waste of time. And I just think that this is people have the right goals, but it's just not enough. And I think we have way more important things to work on.
Thank you. Any further comments? We have a motion by Commissioner Olson, seconded by Commissioner Berube, to approve the resolution put in front of us. Is there any further communication? Otherwise, I'm going to call for Commissioner Bennett.
Yeah, so I mean, can someone confirm that this will remain on our work plan? I'm making assumptions here based off of what you guys have said.
If I can respond directly, Carrie, you can contradict me if you want. I believe my understanding is it's remaining on our work plan. The one thing I would say differently from what you said earlier, Commissioner Bennett, is I don't know if the next immediate thing we're going to be, our next work session, is to look at parking related issues again. As Commissioner Teague and Commissioner Agnew mentioned, I think there's a few other things on our current work plan that we want to make progress on. The work that that one node, that industrial node. We want to work on basements. We want to work on impervious surface. What's that, Carrie?
Impervious surface.
Yeah. Personally, and this is something we talked about 12 months ago, I think it's a really big, I think the whole issue about how much of our society, our community is dedicated to supporting a car is a conversation we should be having. Frankly, in my opinion, some of the things we want to work on related to parking are things that we've approved 5, 6, 7 years ago. And we have to figure out how to make progress on those. But I would like to have that conversation again. I don't know, Planner Teague, I mean, I think this stays on our work plan. I just don't think it's going to be the immediate next thing we touch on.
Yeah, I would agree. The motion, you may want to provide some specifics as to what that might look like.
Yeah, maybe. Commissioner Olson?
Yeah, so working with Nelson Nygaard, we have those steps. We've asked them to lay out the big picture and what those next steps are. And I agree, we absolutely need to be moving forward with those. And so that, so this does not prevent us from doing that. We do have the next steps, and I do not want it to be tabled. I'd be very frustrated. That's one of the reasons I want this to pass, so we can move on to the other the other items. Moving on, Jimmy.
Any other discussion? Commissioner Agnew.
Yeah, so I will not be approving this to move forward, but it's not because I want it to be tabled, to be very clear on that. It's because I want us to be pulling together a group of people who are working on this in a more robust, comprehensive way and engaging with our community and coming up with that full strategy and not just incremental changes, so that we're bringing something to the council every 3 months or 6 months or a couple of years. I want us to really put that full picture, that full plan together at once. Thank you.
Anyone else? All right.
I would
Ms.
be that
Olson?
much.
I'm sorry?
I was just going to say, I
Brody?
would be even more supportive of Commissioner Olson's proposal, knowing that there's a task force being formed. So if there are a handful of people who want to do that and are willing to, nudge us every quarter or whatever the case may be with new information or data or arguments. I think for many of us, I'll speak for myself, it isn't so much an argument of the benefits of less parking and more public transportation, but more a question of, is Edina ready for that? Because I might be ready, but is Edina ready for that? And how long is it going to take to get there? So if people are willing and able to work on that today, I applaud that, and I think we should encourage it. And let's hope to continue this discussion on a regular basis.
So Planner Teague. Well, hold on. So, Commissioner,
continues on the work session or on our work plan, but maybe we need a work session to flesh out what that looks like, what a task force might look like. Is it members of the Planning Commission that are getting together? We can talk about that at a work session.
yeah. So, Commissioner Berube, are you asking to modify the motion so that it include the approval of a task force?
I guess it depends on what we're thinking a task force is. What I heard is there are some commissioners who are willing to work on this and come back to the group.
That's not quite what I heard. What I heard is that there's a general consensus. I haven't heard any counter that people want to continue looking at this further, whether that's a task force or just part of a work session or a group series of work sessions, or that hasn't been determined. But I think there's a consensus on working through something. I personally would be concerned right now about adding the approval of a task force onto this motion, because we haven't even decided what that would be and what they would do. And I think we can discuss that, as Planner Teague mentioned at a work session, if a task force is the right path. But I do think there's a consensus, unless someone says otherwise, that even if this is approved, I think even among the, let me back up, even the people that are, I think, are in favor of this motion and the people that are against this motion, from what I've heard, is there's 100% consensus that we should look further at these topics. Whether that's a task force or I'm not sure. Does that make sense? Okay. Any further comments? Okay, Commissioner Olson has made a motion. Commissioner Berube, second. Are you good with your seconding? Ms. Olson, could you do a roll vote, please? And I is an approval of the draft ordinance as presented for tonight's meeting, which to forward that to council.
Thank you. Commissioner Agnew?
Nay.
Commissioner Elkire?
Aye.
Commissioner Olson?
Aye.
Commissioner Bartling?
Aye.
Commissioner Strauss?
Aye.
Commissioner Berube?
Aye.
Commissioner Bennett?
Aye.
Commissioner Miranda?
Nay.
Chair Nemerov?
Aye. And just for clarification, I think this was said. I think the commissioners that voted nay aren't against doing something regarding parking. It's not that they're saying, oh, they weren't saying keep parking as is. They were just saying they want to take a more comprehensive look before approving something. So, well, so that's it. Planner T, could you tell us what the path is for this ordinance?
Yeah, so the next step would be we'll schedule a public hearing with the city council. Given the city council agendas, the next probably couple months, they're very full. So it'll likely be toward July timeframe. But we'll have to do some discussion with the city manager. But we would get it posted up on Better Together when that public hearing would occur.
Okay. Well, anything you can do to bring it forward a little would be great, because obviously there's interest among everyone that I heard tonight and this group to continue the discussion. And if something was approved, or the quicker we got feedback from council, that could help our discussions.
Yep, absolutely. We'll get it as quick as we can.
Okay, thank you, everyone. We definitely didn't need, we were almost at 90 minutes. So the next item, we stay with Planner Teague for a public hearing on a preliminary rezoning from PCD3 to PUD at 4040 70th Street West.
Okay, thank you, Chair, members of the commission. So this property is located in the Greater Southdale District. It's just west of France, the intersection of Valley View Road and 70th Street. There's an existing 2.5-story office building on the site today. Here's a look at that office building. It's right on that newly constructed roundabout. Property is zoned planned commercial district, in which, so the uses allowed within this zoning district include office, retail, and housing. So the use that's proposed is actually allowed under the current zoning today. There's a height restriction of 4 stories and 48 feet on the site in our height overlay district. Site's guided in the comprehensive plan for office residential use up to a maximum of 75 units per acre. The site is also located in what we refer to as a transition area, a transition zone from the single family district to the west into the more densely populated commercial district in between France and York. So the idea is use is a little less dense as property transitions into the heart of the Greater Southdale District. The applicant did go through sketch plan. Here's a look at the building itself that we looked at as part of the sketch plan. Generally, the same layout and location of the project. They have made a number of changes. They've improved some of the pedestrian connections from the building to the sidewalk. The renderings indicate that it's that boulevard style sidewalk. They're increasing the width along 70th from 6 feet to 8. They've shifted the building back a little ways from 70th Street to meet that required setback. They've improved some of the architecture, landscaping, and reduced lighting. So the action is a rezoning. So the city does have discretion on this one to say yes or no. So the specific proposal is to tear down that little office building that's there today and construct 118 unit senior all affordable housing project. There would be underground parking off of Valley View in this location, 86 stalls underneath with 23 on the surface. So you can see the widened sidewalk here on this rendering. Site plan is essentially the same. And I'll let the applicant walk you through the architecture as part of their presentation. But as you can see along Valley View, it's 3 stories, and then it steps back to 4 stories away from the residential district to the west. So again, the request here is for a rezoning from PCD 3 to planned unit development. The flexibility that they're asking for is in regard to setbacks and floor area ratio. And the PUD zoning is what we use to ensure the long-term affordability of the project. So that affordable element gets written right into the ordinance. Quick review of the site plan. Again, access to the underground garage off Valley View, also off of Valley View, that surface parking. There would be a series of rain gardens along Valley View. There would be an underground filtration system underneath the parking lot. You can see landscaping around the perimeter. Again, I'll let the applicant go through the building materials. So again, the setbacks that they're requesting flexibility would be to the north lot line and to the east lot line, from 45 feet down to 10 feet, and a slight increase in floor area ratio. In regard to traffic and parking, we did have a traffic and parking study that was done by Wank Associates. Ed Terhar is on the call this evening and can answer any questions that you may have. The study does conclude that the parking that's proposed is adequate and that there's no improvements needed to the roadway system. There's actually a reduction in the number of trips when compared to the existing office building on the site during the AM and PM peak times of traffic. So the primary issue for consideration is the proposal to the PUD rezoning reasonable for the site. Staff does believe that it is reasonable and is recommending approval. We believe that the project is consistent with the Southdale District Plan regarding height, use, and density. Again, it's within that transition area, and the height of the building is conforming with the ordinance. The project with 118 units of affordable housing would help us meet our goal with the Met Council. The PUD is again used. The most important element again is the affordable housing. And again, the roadways and parking would support the project. In terms of Better Together, we did receive a number of responses, 33. Those that spoke in favor of the project thought that the design was thoughtful, that it's a needed use, and affordable housing is important to the city. Those against the project believe there's not enough parking provided, that it's too close to the single family homes to the west, the project is too dense. But as you noticed, the most of the feedback that we got was in regard to the daycare to the east. There's an outdoor play area on the north side of the daycare, and there's a lot of concern over the shadows that the building would cast onto that outdoor play area. So because of all of that feedback that we received, we did ask the developer to put together a shadow study to determine what kind of shadows are cast on the adjacent property. And they will present that shadow study as part of their presentation. So with that, again, staff is recommending approval subject to the findings and conditions that are outlined in the staff report. But because it is a rezoning, we have provided options for you to consider for both approval and denial. So with that, I will turn it over to the chair and commission for any questions, and the developer is here as well to make a presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, Carrie. Anyone on the commission have questions for staff? Commissioner Strauss.
Yes, just a quick question for Carrie. Was there anything from the previous review of this to the revise or to the submittal tonight? What would you the significant changes, if there were any? I mean, it seems my recollection is that it's pretty much what we looked at on the previous presentation.
Yeah, I wouldn't call the changes substantial that they made. You know, they've provided a little more detail, a little more architecture, provided some of those pedestrian paths from the building out to the sidewalks, increased the landscaping. You know, there's more detail there. But in terms of, and it's pushed back a little bit from 70th Street, but the building is generally the same as what you reviewed at sketch plan.
Any other commissioners with questions for staff? We'll have opportunities. I see Mr. Min is here, and maybe other people on behalf of the applicant would like to speak. Well, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, commissioners. My name is Steve Min, and I'm here this evening with Zach Rosnow from Pope Architects and a few of our other technical team and development team. Just for the record, I do live at 7 Overholt Pass in Edina. My wife and I have lived in Edina for 20 years. Our team of Loopy Development and Ecumen, just to give you a quick refresher, was selected by the Edina Housing Foundation in October to acquire the site and develop a 100% affordable senior housing project. This will arguably be the first permanent affordable housing development in the state. It's a breakthrough in our financing structure that we have negotiated with the foundation for 99 years of affordability rather than the usual 30-year commitment that most projects make. And we are quite proud that this important milepost is going to be made in Edina. We have been working with the neighborhood and various public stakeholders for 6 months to get the right mix of design, amenities, and site benefit. And tonight, Zach will take you through some of the articulation and design changes and site plan changes that we did make that Commissioner Strauss was asking about. Just a quick note, we did mail invitations to all of our neighbors within 1,000 feet to join us for 2 public meetings that we hosted on Zoom, where we received very constructive and important design feedback that we have carefully integrated into our final design this evening that you're looking at. As Mr. Teague noticed, we were here for sketch plan in February and at council as well. At both forums, we received very valuable feedback to improve our site that I think we've taken and in good faith and put forward this evening. We also went back to the neighborhood groups twice to vet those changes and got some thumbs up from them as well. So tonight's design is the outcome of these extensive outreach efforts on our part. I just want to say that after Mr. Rosnow is done making the presentation, I would like to reserve the last 3 minutes of our time allotted to discuss the shadow study issue that Mr. Teague mentioned, if I may. So with that, I'll turn it over to Zach Rosnow to kind of just run you through some of the important changes that we've made on this design. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Steve. Good evening, commissioners. I'm Zach Rosnow with Pope Architects. I'll try to share my screen here so you all can see what I'm looking at. Guessing you can see that okay? So this is the packet that Carrie just went through, so I won't go through this too in depth, but I do want to touch on some of the key differences from where we were in sketch plan to where we are now. Regarding the pedestrian improvements, we actually made a number of changes. They seem like little tweaks, but we took a pathway from the lobby here, from the comments that we needed to get from the main entrance out to Valley View. It needed to be a nice path down to the gardens, down past the art room, and out onto the sidewalk at Valley View Road. So that sidewalk path was added. In addition, we added a path to the northwest that comes out of the corridor here and goes to the north and then out to the west. It goes around our rain garden, but again, ease of access out to Valley View. Another pathway that we added is down in the southeast corner. There's a corridor and a direct sidewalk out to 70th, which would give you ease of access out to France Avenue. Also, the sidewalk, the public sidewalk that is around our site, like Carrie mentioned, we are widening that from 6 feet to 8 feet. The site layout, we found that there were two sanitary sewer easements, one at the very south that went east and west, and one that went diagonal that we needed to avoid. So we pushed the building 10 feet to the north to avoid that. So that gave us the increased setback there. We responded to the comments that there was maybe too many curb cuts. We had 3. We reduced it down to 2. So now into the surface parking, there's just 1 curb cut, and then there's an island to sort of direct you one way or another. You saw in the landscape plan that there's a wide variety of trees and plantings that are going to be incorporated. Lighting was mentioned as a concern, so we're going to make sure that there's we're limiting as much light pollution as possible and keeping any lighting to our specific site. And again, to just reinforce the storm retention basins, and then the rain gardens that are going to be addressing the floodplain in this area. Moving on to the building itself, the exteriors. We received feedback that the exterior, the white, might be too light and reflective, so we toned that down to a lighter gray. The white is primarily on the east and west facades, and that's where we'll have the lowest sun angles, so we'll reduce the albedo there. The east facade has been further articulated to show just a change in materials, gives it a little bit more human scale, and we brought masonry to that side as well, and incorporated another similar color, but a color that complements the palette and the neighborhood. The stone here is going to be a thin stone application, so that we're able to get the installation in this height that would normally be cost prohibitive, but it gives it more of a sort of stately appearance. And finally, we tweaked slightly the amount of exterior materials so that we increased the amount of metal and glass and reduced the amount of fiber cement to let in more daylight and just really give some rich materials. So again, here are some of the updated renderings. The massing stepping down toward the neighborhood to the west, stepping up towards the more commercial districts to the east and to France Avenue. More street view. Again, we got the boulevard off of the street, or that separates the street and the sidewalk, rain gardens. We created this idea of layering from the street to the building itself. This is a view from the north west, looking back toward the art space. This would be from the south east on 70th Street, looking north. Now, as Steve mentioned, we it was requested that we did that we do a shadow study, both of the existing and the new proposed project. So here you can see that we've got the summer solstice, the equinox, and the winter solstice. As expected, the short shadows in the summer, longer shadows in the winter. We don't really have, in this view, extensive shadowing in the afternoon until we get into the winter months, which is to be expected. Similarly with the proposed building, the shading is minimal, I would say, during the peak of the day, minimal when the azimuth of the sun angle is higher in the sky, and more, I would say, exaggerated in the winter, which is to be expected. So, in conclusion, the studies are similar, existing, and proposed.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I'd like to just maybe augment a little bit of what Zach said about the studies while we leave this panel up.
Certainly, please do.
Thank you. We were alerted that Kinderberry Hill, our neighbor to the east at 3950 70th, did not receive our 2 mailings or public notices because their landlord, who is the taxpayer, did not forward the correspondences to the tenant. Apparently, Kinderberry only found out about this when the signs required by Edina ordinance were posted. Upon learning of the shadow concerns, I reached out to Ms. Jill Dunkey, who is the Vice President and General Counsel of Kinderberry's corporate organization, and offered to provide some shadow studies and design information that you have seen here this evening. Since sending Ms. Dunkey that information, I have not been able to reach her, although I did try to email and call her today, and I've offered on several occasions to meet with her to assuage their concerns. So I just want to make the point that we'll take it upon ourselves. I should have knocked on their door instead of just relying on the mail, so I will own that problem. As a neighbor, we should have probably made an extra special effort because it was surprising we didn't hear from them. But since our building is to the west, we would not expect shadows, and I think the study confirms that only when the sun is at its lowest azimuth will shadows be actually cast. The study also shows that the new building will only slightly increase over the existing building shadow at the 5 o'clock hour, and that will primarily be at the dead of winter when we think children will be, for the most part, getting picked up, if not outdoors in the winter at all. And I should point out, both of my kids went to Kinderberry Hill. We had a wonderful experience there, so I feel like as an alum of Kinderberry Hill, I know the facility well. In summer, there is going to be no shadow since our building, again, is to the west. In spring and in the fall, the shadow at 5 p.m. will reach the playground, but not engulf it. And it's our belief that the 1-story additional height over the existing structure will produce very little shadowing on Kinderberry Hill, and we hope this analysis does assuage their concerns. Many of the letters, I think most of the letters that you received, were sent to the city before this shadow study was available. And so I suspect that they were concerned without having the facts before them, and I hope this does address their concerns. We would like to work with them to make sure that they're comforted by that. And I just want to conclude by saying we thank you for your past support and the encouragement that we received at Sketch Plan and at the Council on Sketch Plan, and we are very excited to get going. So we'll be happy to stand for questions without taking our full clock here.
Well, thank you very much. So that brings it back to the Planning Commission. Do any members of the Planning Commission have questions for the applicant?
I have a question, Chair.
Okay, Commissioner Berube.
Yeah, so just regarding the shadow study, so as you probably know, we did not receive this in our packet, so we're seeing this for the first time as well.
Sure.
It would be helpful would you please go back one slide? I just want to see the comparison from the current building to what you're proposing. Okay, so this is the current building.
Correct.
And then, okay, and then go forward, please. Okay.
So daytime, until 5 o'clock, there's really no impact at all, or very modest.
Right. Okay, thanks. That's very helpful.
Thank you. Any other commissioners with questions for the applicant? Well, we'll have an opportunity again later. This is a public hearing, of course, and so that means if there aren't any further questions for the applicant or staff at this time, let's open up to callers. Anyone who wishes to call in and give testimony on this matter can call 800-374-0221, enter conference ID 2447027, and then press *1. Give the operator your name, street address, and telephone number. And when you press *1, then you'll be placed into queue. You'll have up to 3 minutes. We'll let you know when the 3 minutes. Staff will let you know when the 3 minutes are happening. We just one thing we ask is if we get a lot of calls, we just ask if you can try not to repeat anything somebody said before. We like to get variety, get the variety of comments. So with that, Dan, do we have any callers?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We do have 2 callers in the queue right now. Our first caller is Steve Brown. If the operator can please unmute Steve Brown's line.
Hello, Mr. Brown.
Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. This is Steve. My name is Steve Brown. I live at 5528 Halifax Lane. I'm a member of Edina Neighbors for Affordable Housing, and I had the honor of serving on the city's housing strategy task force. I'm asking you to support this proposed rezoning to PUD, and I ask this for the following reasons. Using the city's comprehensive plan and the Maxfield's Research Comprehensive Housing Market Analysis for the city of Edina, the Housing Strategy Task Force identified the need for more senior affordable housing, specifically 360 units by 2030. This project would provide 118 of those. And as you heard from Steve Wynn's presentation, this development is highly unusual in that they will remain affordable for 99 years, which is outstanding. In my opinion, this is an excellent location for senior affordable housing as it offers easy access to shopping, medical services, grocery and drugstores, recreation, and transit. The developers of this project, Ecumen and Loop Development Partners, have very strong reputations for building and operating senior affordable housing. I believe the proposed use is appropriate for the location. It will replace a commercial office building. It will be immediately adjacent to other commercial properties to the north and east. Kinderberry Hill, as you just heard, is to the east. It's a cross-valley view from the backyards of some neighboring single-family homes to the west, and across 70th from a mix of single-family, duplex, and apartment homes to the south. So it's a great location for its intended purpose, and it doesn't seem to impinge on any of the adjacent properties other than what we've just heard about the shadow studies on Kinderberry Hill. There was a recommendation made to add a sidewalk to the north and the east. This would allow residents to walk around the building. And I think that offers the opportunity for residents to see the kids at play and the kids to see them. And I think there are probably some other opportunities for interaction between a senior housing development and a daycare center next door. And I would ask that everybody explore what those possibilities might be. And I urge you to approve this resolution before you tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Dan, do we have a other caller?
We do, Mr. Chair. Our next caller is Hope Melton. If the operator can please unmute the line of Hope Melton.
Hello, Ms. Melton.
Yes, hello. Greetings, members of the Planning Commission, Chair Nemiroff, and all of you others. I speak in favor of rezoning for 4040 West 70th Street to enable the construction of 118 units of senior affordable housing. In 2017, when I drew together a team to create Edina Neighbors for Affordable Housing, I already knew from my own situation and that of many of my friends and neighbors that there was a need for senior affordable housing. We live in modest homes in the Concord neighborhood, the ones that are rapidly being torn down and replaced by large million-dollar structures. We are well aware that should we want to buy our homes today, we couldn't afford them. We've lived here for generations. As we age, we want to stay and need to stay close to friends and family. Those of us of modest means face two problems here in Edina. The first is that our children and grandchildren cannot afford to live here. The second is that if we want or need to downsize, there are plenty of luxury condos and apartments, but nothing most of us can afford. So we are forced to abandon our home community, our friends of many years, and move elsewhere. That's a loss for us and also a loss for the wider community. Our other choice is to stay in our homes since many of our mortgages are paid off. That, however, significantly restricts the availability of affordable single-family homes for young families, young middle-class families who want to live here. I don't think many people realize these days that the affordable housing issue now reaches deeply into the middle class. Edina needs affordable housing like that located at 4040 West 70th Street. It's ideally located, and I won't go over what Steve covered. I will say that the developers are known for high quality construction and building management of senior affordable housing. I urge you to support the needed rezoning so this project can move forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Dan, do we have any other callers?
We do have one additional caller in the queue. If the operator can please unmute the line of Kathy Kuhn. Kathy Kuhn.
I'm next, Bob.
Hello?
Hi,
Hi.
my name is Kathy, and I'm calling about the 4040 project. I live directly across the street from the project on Valley View, and my main concern is the white and the light color on the building. At night, it shines up. With the existing building right now, it glows at night, and they have lights on it, and it takes away the peacefulness of the residential setting of all of our single houses here on Southdale. And I was wondering if you could put the picture back up of the original sketch and then also what was the change to it as from the west, looking from the west, so it'd be the west side of the project. It looks like they added more light to it instead of darkening it. And I would like to see the building personally be 2 or 3 shades of darker tones to make it look more homey, less commercial. To me, it looks very commercial. And being in the residential, so close to the single dwellings here, I like to see it blended a little better to the houses as far as the color. Now, so can we put a picture back up showing the looks of the drawing and then what changes were made again? I like the west view of it.
To do that.
I'd like to see that again. I'd like to discuss that because it looks like they took away a lot of the dark and added more light to it, light color, white or pale gray or whatever it is. I do oppose that look.
Mr. Chairman, how can we accommodate you? What would you like us to put up?
Well, we'll collect all the comments, but thanks. Okay. We'll take a look at that when community comments over, maybe.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Ms. Catherine. Do you have any other comments or?
Well, that was.
Well, thank you. Thank you. Dan, do we have any other callers?
We do not have any other callers right now in the queue. If you would like to wait about a minute or so, I can let you know if anyone.
Yeah, let's wait just a moment. Are we good, Dan?
Yes, no additional callers. You can go ahead and move forward.
Okay. Why don't we close the public hearing then? Could someone make a motion, please?
I move to close the public hearing.
I'll second.
Ms. Olson, could you do a roll vote to close the public hearing?
Commissioner Agnew,
Aye.
Commissioner Alkire,
Aye.
Commissioner Olson,
Aye.
Commissioner Bartling,
Aye.
Commissioner Strauss,
Aye.
Commissioner Berube,
Aye.
Commissioner Bennett,
Aye.
Commissioner Miranda,
Aye.
Chair Nemeroff.
So let's, I caught a few of the comments, and I know Mr. Min would like to respond, so maybe we'll just bring that up. I mean, first of all, Mr. Min, did you want to respond to the color of the prop building?
Certainly, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for that opportunity. I'll see if, Zach, perhaps you could pull up the south facade north facing. I think that would be helpful.
Yep. I've got the two here if that helps.
Okay. And then there was a close-up that you took axiometrically right from south of 70th that looked at the building. I think that would be helpful. Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, we did darken the building. I think the caller's concern was noted by the neighbors. That's the one I want, Zach. Thank you. We did take note from the neighborhood interactions that we had with both neighborhood groups that they wanted a little bit darker tones, a little less reflectivity, and we have put pedestrian scale lighting here. The current building, I'm quite familiar with it. It has some uplighting associated with it, so perhaps what it didn't achieve in architecture, it's trying to overcome with illumination, and we're trying to let the architecture here speak for itself. And our lighting is much more pedestrian scale. Will not have the type of light candle effect on the neighbors to the south. But these colors are darker from the original. They are definitely that. And if you give us some suggestions as to maybe additional palettes, we would be happy to explore that.
Thank you. Well, we can talk about that perhaps. Another question, perhaps the shadows. I just had a follow up. Thank you, and I thank you also to Planner Teague and to the applicant for looking at those comments from the community regarding shadows. Is it fair to say that, I mean, most of the shadows will only be mid to late afternoon, certain times of the year? Is that kind of what you're seeing from your shadow study?
Mr. Chairman, that is our analysis. Obviously, the building is to the west, and so we would expect only the impacts at the low azimuth. But we'll even take, I'll take a flyer here and say that the original building, which was the panel before this, did cast some shadow in winter at 5 o'clock. I mean, they're already experiencing that at Kinderberry Hills. So the change to their play space is unchanged at 5 o'clock in winter. What's, I think, more important to call your attention to is the May-September end of day, our shadows are longer, but we do not engulf the playground. And Zach, if you'll move forward on that just so they can see the difference. We don't engulf the playground, but we do impact the western edge. But that's, again, at 5 o'clock. And that's generally when the kids are inside or getting ready for a pickup. Certainly that would be the case in wintertime.
Okay, thank you. And then I had one final follow-up, and that is we received a couple comments about the location, a couple comments through Better Together about the location not being tough to cross France Avenue. Do you have any kind of transit service for residents of the building, like a bus service or a shuttle bus?
No, we don't have that planned. It would be hard to support that independently at only 118 units. But Ecumen does have a outreach services as part of the programming. We're going to have a sort of a services coordinator as part of our staffing plan. So I think it would be fair to say that both the Edina Arts Center and Mankato State, which has a Edina campus, are already talking with us about partnerships on how to either use our facilities or for our getting our residents to their facilities. We're knee deep in that already, and we're going to continue that path. But I can't say that I'll have a shuttle service at the door for residents. That is not part of our program.
Thank you. Commissioner Bartling.
Yeah, sorry, I was going to ask questions before, but my mute button would not go off for some reason. So just a couple things. First of all, I applaud you for doing all affordable housing. I think that's great. But I have a few questions on the design of how it is located on the site. If you follow Southdale District Experience Guidelines, the goals are to create a more urban kind of feel, I guess, versus having more of a suburban feel, which this brings with the setbacks and whatnot, and the deep recessed entry and the parking in the front. Had you looked at essentially flipping this building, and then also giving some relief to the Kinderberry, being that would be more of an open space?
Yes, we did. Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Brightland, we actually evaluated, and at that sketch plan, we presented the alternate design that we considered. This design that you're currently looking at is what we refer to as the J design because it resembles the letter J. But we had a letter C design where the building had a courtyard that faced Kinderberry Hill to the east. There were several problems that were presented with that design. The first of which was the access would have to come off of 70th. And it provided substantially less parking, both underground and at surface, and it provided a hammerhead trap for ambulance service to get into the access area of the building. So we wouldn't have a portico share or a drop-off zone. We would have about 10 surface spaces, and an ambulance or any type of emergency vehicle in the surface area would have to make a 3 or 4 point turn to get in and out of the courtyard. It also presented a very large wall to the neighbors of the single-family homes to the west. And that was the largest concern that we heard from in both the November and December outreach that we did, and in the follow-up conversations that we did with the neighbors when we were evaluating how to manage the bulk of the building. We were encouraged to step the building down to the west. So the height had to go somewhere, and since the traffic and access issues off of 70th were not favorable by putting the C-shaped building toward Kinderberry Hill, we elected and brought forward the J design, and then we're encouraged to improve our setbacks even further. I do a lot of urban development in Minneapolis in particular, and I would say although this surface lot with the portico share has some suburban features to it, the majority of the building is at the street edge on two primary sides. And I think our connections are much better than what you would typically see out in a secondary or tertiary suburb where they have a sea of parking around the building.
Yeah, well, we don't want to use those as examples, but
No, we don't. No, we don't.
Okay, thank you for that. But then I had one other question for the driveway, and maybe this, sorry, my earplugs just fell out. For the drive, maybe this comes down to the ambulance piece, but it looks like you minimized it from 3 to 2. However, is there any way that that the drive could come off of the entry to the parking area to create so that you can reduce it to 1?
No, that we studied that. It was a challenge to get it from 3 to 2 without losing the parking. The way the ramp is separated from the portico share allows us to get to a number of spaces that we have below without losing, essentially the ramp down from the surface would cost us the parking spaces underneath the building. And so we were already stretching the staff to the point where we were, I think the neighbors were concerned about how much parking we've had. I think you have a couple of letters in your stack about some folks think we're underparked. So we were trying to strike that medium. It would have cost us about 10 parking spaces to have a single ramp and driveway.
Okay. And then my last thing, I guess, is this is something, I guess, as an architect, one thing I'd like to stop seeing in the design facades is materiality change without a relief. And on this, I think there's a few cases where that's happening, and I feel that it looks not designed and an afterthought, and it's something that I think should be strongly thought about. Because overall, I think there's some nice design and scale to much of the building. I feel that I like it a little less materiality and a little more thoughtful in where materials start and stop.
Okay.
So
let me ask, because of your architectural background, could you give us some specific feedback about the east elevation? Because we were specifically asked to articulate that and provide a little bit more rhythm of projection on that facade. Did we achieve that? Because I don't think it's just materials there. We did make some changes in the rhythm of the building. Did that meet your requirements?
Could you pull that up again for me, please?
Sure. Zach, I'll let you do that. We probably didn't focus on it enough, but we definitely made that change from sketch plan feedback. Do you have them labeled correctly, Zach? I mean, I'm looking at east and west. I want to make sure we got the right labels on.
I think they're backwards, but
yeah, I think they are backwards.
You mean the main entry, right? The main
No,
entry.
I mean the
facade.
back of the building facing Kinderberry. I think we changed that rhythm considerably.
This east here. Yeah, so we did have so this is the east elevation. We did have this more or less flat. I mean, very early massing, and then sharpen the pencils a little bit to articulate this with some ins and outs in the facade.
Is that so? Is there so it's different materiality
and some setbacks, and we moved the projection of the building a little bit, but maybe you don't think we did that enough.
Well, I think you've started to do that, but then again, do you really need all those different materials? I like the relief that you've shown, but you could probably even just show it all as metal panel but I know you're probably doing cost reductions on that, but I won't get too much into that because that's I don't want to step over too much on architecture selections. But yes, that is better. I would say where it popped out to me was on the west elevation, to the right of the entry. There's the darker fiber cement that just runs into the
here.
What do you have there to the fiber? Yep. And then also on the balcony to the left, on the north balcony, the rooftop piece, there's on the left with the black, where there's the roof, just on the south side of that, that to me would want to step back a few feet to pull back from that and really create that relief. And then that, it starts to feel better to me.
Okay.
So, but those are, and, just things, and same with the, yeah. So with general relief and not just a budding materiality, and it feels a lot better.
All right. We'll embrace that. Thank you for the feedback.
Yep, thank you.
Any other commissioners? Was that Commissioner Agnew? Oh, that was Commissioner Bartling. I'm sorry. Any other one else? Anyone else with questions? The applicant, Commissioner Alkire.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Mr. Min, I just had a question for you, kind of big picture about the project. You mentioned this may be the first in the state, I believe you said, to have 99-year affordability. And I'd certainly like to see a lot more of that going on. I just wondered if you could spend a few minutes and tell us what the keys to success in that model are so that we can encourage more of that in the future.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Alkire, I'm happy to share the secret sauce because it's really the doing of the Edina Housing Foundation that's making it happen for us. It was part of their request for proposal that developers think creatively about how to achieve permanent affordability. And by using the Southdale District surplus TIF, the city was tax increment finance surplus funds. The city gave these funds to the foundation to buy the site. The foundation will be the landowner, and they are leasing the land to us. We've agreed to pay them a percentage lease of the percentage of the rent. And so the condition of the lease is it remains affordable for 99 years. We didn't have to buy the land, and we pay them based on the success of the building. And it's a very creative solution to solve a funding gap that I hope gets replicated elsewhere in the state. I don't want to get myself out of my lane, but this might be one of the first in the nation that's going this path. And so it's pretty exciting, and I'm sure it's going to get written up in all kinds of journals for it.
That is very exciting. Thank you.
Okay.
Anyone else? Excuse me, I'm a little hoarse. Commissioner Agnew.
Thank you. I noticed in one of the renderings, it looks like there is solar panels, at least on a portion of the roof. Are those intended to go in at construction, or is that a future phase?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Agnew, we have done 6 PV solar installations on our affordable buildings in the last 8 years. We typically do them with whatever surplus funds we have at the end of the project. We always have a contingency fund, and we're incented to spend that contingency fund on useful things. I prefer spending them on things that are providing a green value to the building. So we'll do a PV solar system as part of the construction plan, not as an afterthought. The one codicil is I don't have any change orders or overruns or anything that soak up that money before I get there. But our success to date has been pretty substantial.
Thank you.
Any other commissioners with questions? Commissioner Bennett.
Yeah, I guess my only real question right now is just the context of the shadow study. And it's nice to see that. I think it'd be more beneficial to show more times as people are picturing, their kids playing in a playground. And also, I think showing, I don't know if it's at 5 p.m. for December 21st, but, that's past sunset. So, to even liken the two of those buildings, the former one and what's proposed to be similar at some time of the year with casting shadows, they're just not even the same situation. So it'd be nice to see some more times, and I'm sure neighbors would like to see that too, and or users of Kinderberry Hill. Then second, I guess, and maybe it's more for discussion with the Planning Commission later, but I kind of echo what Commissioner Bartling said, as well as McJohnson. If there was any way to get more eyes on the street and eyes off of, the playground, however because that's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. So if at all that becomes feasible and some sort of epiphany throughout this process, it'd be nice to see that change. That's it.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Bennett, what I will offer is this, with regard to the shadow studies. We did not have time to produce more clock illustrations in time for this meeting. It takes some time to program it. But we will present a 3 o'clock depiction of both the existing and the new building for the City Council after your approval. I promised that to Mr. Teague, and we'll deliver that. But I can tell you, we've looked at it, and given it's pretty much the same as what you're seeing in daylight hour presentation right now. The shadows do not begin to cast until the low azimuth, so it's going to be the same depiction at 3 o'clock essentially is what you're seeing at the noon hour. The sun is still quite high with the exception of winter.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we can ask questions. Also, this is an opportunity for planning commissioners if they have opinions that you'd like to share, or even motions. We've closed the public hearing, and so Anyone with any thoughts or further questions are fine too. Commissioner Miranda.
Thank you. Yeah, I also agree with Commissioner Bartling, and I know the applicant has mentioned the C design versus the J design, but it sounds like a lot of that had to do with the neighbors across the street, the single-family homes, and this is not a 20-story tower, and I know there was a lot of uproar in Edina before I joined the commission, but I'm well aware of a large tower that was proposed not too far from there. And it's like this is 3 to 4 stories, and this is a commercial district that has always been commercial since at least the 1970s, and pretty much since Southdale district came about. So we can't say that homeowners didn't know that this is going to be here. So it's hard to take that into too much consideration. When the Southdale guidelines, talk about having this building up along the street, and it's not just a pretty look, right? I mean, it's functional, and it affects the whole neighborhood, and it affects how the city is. And as a commission and as a city, we're often confused by developer proposals that are very old school suburban looking. And yes, it's not as bad as a fifth ring exurban suburb. But the Southdale guidelines, as Mick mentioned in his document from January, call for buildings up along the street. And this development still is very suburban looking, and it really destroys the street room look that we're going for. We have to change how we design our city, and especially in the Southdale area. We're not looking to do this in internal neighborhoods or anything. And every exception weakens it, weakens the city, weakens the street, and weakens the neighborhoods. And this reminds me of one of the first things I voted on when I joined the commission, which was 4564 France Avenue, which I actually voted against, even though I thought it was a great building. It's a small commercial building that replaced a single family home on France Avenue, so it's just a single lot. And we required so much parking and so much drive lane access to the parking in the back for 4 parking spots or something. And now that it's built, it's I love the business that's there, but the whole structure of the building and the parking and drive lanes around it is really terrible. It kind of ruins the neighborhood. And what happens is the Gateway building project next to it was really a precedent, and that was supposed to be the exception. And I think what happens in planning is that exceptions become precedent, and I don't want this to become a precedent. So I'm actually going to vote against this. I mean, I think, I'm all for affordable housing. The 99-year commitment is wonderful. And I'm okay with the height and density and everything else. But I think we have to be consistent. And this is one area where I think we absolutely, in Southdale District, must be consistent. And I think rejecting this would just mean that a new proposal would be brought up. So I'm not too worried about it. But I also think I'll be outvoted. But anyway, I think it's that important that I would not vote for this. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I'd like to offer one additional fact with regard to the J design, if I may.
Okay. Sure. Sure. Go right ahead.
So the neighbors identified and the public works staff confirmed there's significant flooding in the Valley View street path in that immediate vicinity. And so part of our design had to embrace stormwater management. And that's why there is so much rain garden effort on the west side, because there is flooding and insufficient storm drainage in the area from the neighborhoods. They pointed that out to us. And so we would have preferred a street edge along Valley View also, but we needed to have the type of infiltration that the rain gardens and storm dictated. And that also influenced our design. I just want you to be aware of that. Thank you.
Members of the Planning Commission, do anyone else have any further comments or motion or questions? Or Commissioner
I just
Olson.
want
And she saw that I put her.
Okay, want me to jump in for you, Sheila? Okay, great. I was just going to say, I think I was one of, during the sketch plan, pushing for you to look at flipping the building around. And I think you've made the case for me to approve the design that you are proposing. I kind of like it, how it's set back. I know, from Valley View and having, being able to have the garden and the activity. And there's a part of me too that, with the units facing the daycare, I think that that's a great eyes on. I think that that's kind of a great interactive. And I know you were saying that there's maybe potential to do other things between the daycare and your facility, but I think that that's a benefit to the residents to, be able to see the youth and joy and stuff. So I don't know. I'm good with this design. I like what you've done with the colors and the affordable housing. What you've worked with the city to put together, I think is just incredible. So I will support it.
Commissioner Berube.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention there are so many positives about this. Primarily the affordable housing. 100% affordable housing for 99 years is really fabulous. So I applaud you for that. I really like that most of the parking is underground. I do appreciate Commissioner Miranda's comments. The parking in front does give it more of a suburban feel. But I also understand your rationale, and it makes sense to me. And having most of the parking underground, some parking on front, I can live with that. The solar panels, just there are a lot of things to like about this. In the packet, staff had some comments, some suggestions adding more bike parking, wider sidewalks, things like that, which I'm sure you have seen and discussed. So, those would be the conditions that would make it even better. The comments that we received were primarily regarding the shading, which I think you addressed well, and then concerns about parking, both related to the Kinderberry Hill. It seems, or I'm sorry, not parking, but traffic. And it seems that neither of those stated concerns, once you dig into it, carry much weight, because the shading seems to be not much more, if any more, than the current building. And the traffic, from what the traffic study says, it will be less than the current building would produce. So with those, objections alleviated, it seems that there's little not to like about this. So I am in support of this. I would also point out, if I read the memos correctly, what we're viewing is a variance for the side setbacks. It isn't for the height. And so, for example, if Kinderberry Hill were concerned about the height and the potential shading on their area, another building could come in that didn't require variances for the side setbacks and would be the same height. So the height itself is not something we're discussing as a variance. And in fact, the shading study shows that it isn't much of an issue anyway. So for all of those reasons, I would be supportive of this project.
Thank you. Commissioner Bennett?
I just want to get something straight based off of Commissioner Berube's. I mean, the side yard setback to the east, instead of 45 feet, it's now 10 feet. I mean, that is a direct relation to height. So it being taller and closer is a factor of height here. It's not just the proximity. So I would say that height does matter, because that's what the variance is based off of, with that side yards, or the rear building setback. So, and I think those are valid concerns and complaints, and I'm not adequately convinced with the shadow study. just what that's showing in total. I mean, it shows the end of the day, but I mean, if that playground's shaded for like 3 hours each afternoon from June till, maybe from July to September, I mean, that's a significant impact on, that use next door. And the neighbors really do matter. That's why I'm taking into account the feedback from those comments. But I just wanted to share that quick.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone like to make a motion? Commissioner Miranda?
Quick comment to the developer. Are you aware of the Clover Ride program in Edina? Because that goes down France Avenue, and it probably doesn't go far from where you are.
We're familiar with it. I don't know how we would integrate it with our program, but we'll certainly look into it.
Okay, because that's something that the city runs that
Yes.
is for seniors. So
Yes, we're aware of it, but I thought I was being asked if I was specifically providing transportation. But we're aware of the infrastructure, including the B-line, and that program. Yes, thank you.
Okay, great, thank you.
Anything further, commissioners? Anyone like a motion to approve, a motion not to approve, a motion to continue?
I'll make a
Commissioner
motion to
Berube?
approve. I'll make a motion to approve this, subject to the conditions as laid out in the staff memo.
I'll
Thanks.
second.
Okay, so Commissioner Berube and Commissioner Olson, is there any further discussion? Ms. Olson, could you do a roll vote? An aye would be to approve this proposal.
Thank you. Commissioner Agnew?
Aye.
Commissioner Alkire?
Aye.
Commissioner Olson?
Aye.
Commissioner Bartling?
Aye.
Commissioner Strauss?
Aye.
Commissioner Berube?
Aye.
Commissioner Bennett?
Aye.
Commissioner Miranda?
Nay.
Chair Nemerov?
Aye. So congratulations to the applicants. Planner T, what's the next step for this project?
Next step is a public hearing at the City Council on June 1st.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
You also. All right, our third public hearing of the evening is for sign variances for monument sign height and size of allowable building signage on Metro Boulevard. And hearing for the city is Assistant Planner Emily Boddicker. Hello, Emily.
Yeah. Hi, thank you. Let's see. Okay. Applicant is requesting sign variances for the height of freestanding signs adjacent to Highway 100 and the size allowance for allowable building signage at 7201 Metro Boulevard. The subject property is located on the west side of Highway 100, south of 70th Street West and east of Metro Boulevard. The applicant is asking for multiple sign variances. One of those variances is for the height of two proposed monument signs adjacent to Highway 100 on the east side of 7201 Metro Boulevard. The second variance is a variance from the allowable square footage of wall signs at 7201 Metro Boulevard. The applicant is requesting that the three allowable wall signs be up to 150 square feet each. The proposed wall signs are on the north, the east, and the south elevations of the 7201 Metro Boulevard building. The subject property is the site of an existing 9-story office building and is zoned Plan Office District. In the Plan Office District, the allowable signage would be one wall sign per building per frontage and one freestanding sign per frontage. Between those two allowable signs, the square footage allowance is 120 square feet, with neither sign being greater than 80 square feet. And the height requirement for monument size signs is 8 feet tall. So here on this, you can see the proposed locations of the signs for the sign variances. On the east side of the building are the two 20-foot monument signs that are proposed. The applicant is also showing a code-compliant 8-foot monument sign on the Metro Boulevard side of the building, and then the location of the 3 wall signs that are proposed to be up to 150 square feet. Staff believes that the requested sign variances are justified. The subject property allows for signage that more fits the size and scale of the building and the property on which those signs are located. The proposed monument sign that is 20 feet tall will be adjacent to Highway 100 and will help with visibility. The applicant is proposing to meet the allowable height on the monument sign that's adjacent to Metro Boulevard. The proposed building signage is shown on the north, east, and south elevations of that existing 9-story office building. The size of the wall sign is reasonable given the size and the scale of the building. Staff believes that the proposed variances will not alter the essential character of the neighborhood. The location of the proposed signs will have limited impact on surrounding neighborhoods, and the proposed signs will fit the size and scale of the building. With that, staff's recommendation tonight is to approve the requested variances based on the findings and conditions outlined in the staff report. And then just to clarify, these are the proposed signs that are shown, or that the applicant is proposing, the 2 20-foot monument signs, and then the 3 building signs that are up to 150 square feet. The applicant doesn't have specific signage that they're requesting. They did show an example of kind of the size and kind of the location of what they're thinking for those building signs, but to my knowledge, they don't have specific tenants, so they don't have specific signage to show you at this time. So they're asking for signs up to 150 square feet. And with that, I can answer any questions, and the applicant is also on the call to answer your questions.
Questions for staff? So, Ms. Boddicker, I have some questions, just so I understand. Okay, so and I'm looking at the compliance table. The sign standard says 1 wall sign per building per frontage and 1 freestanding sign per frontage. So how many? Is this 1 building, or is this 2 buildings?
It's 2 buildings. So the 7201 Metro Boulevard is the south property. This is 7101 Metro Boulevard. So the 7101 Metro Boulevard building is proposing 1 of the 20-foot monument signs adjacent to Highway 100. And the 7201 Metro Boulevard building is proposing 2 monument signs. 1, they're requesting be 20 feet tall, the one that's adjacent to Highway 100 on the east side of the building. 1 that is proposed 8 feet tall, that's on the west side of the building.
Okay, so the ordinance gives them 1 wall sign per building. There are 2 buildings, so that means that's 2 signs, and 1 freestanding sign per frontage. So that the ordinance would grant 3 total signs?
No, it's 1 wall sign per building per frontage. So this building, technically, we would consider having 3 frontages. So they would be allowed 3 wall signs for this 7201 Metro Boulevard building.
Okay.
So the number of signs is in compliance with what we.
So the 7201 would get 3 would be entitled to 3 wall signs, and the 7101 how many per building how many per frontage does 7101 be entitled to under the ordinance?
They would have 2 wall signs. They have 2 frontages, Metro Boulevard and Highway 100.
And then it says, and 1 free, so that's 3 per 7201, 2 for 7101, plus 1 per frontage, 1 freestanding per frontage. What does that mean?
Well, they could have 1 freestanding sign per frontage. So technically, the way they could have 1 additional freestanding sign, but they're requesting 2, or they're proposing 2 freestanding signs. They would be allowed up to 3.
So again, I'm just trying to understand how the math works. Under the original, under the ordinance, you said there are 3 frontages, so they get 1 wall sign per frontage, and they get 1 freestanding sign per frontage also?
Correct.
So that means they would be entitled to 10 signs under our ordinance. Is that correct?
They would be allowed 6 on the 7201 Metro Boulevard building, and then yes, 2 freestanding signs and 2 wall signs. Yep, so 10.
So 10.
Between the 2 properties.
And what are they, and so 7201's entitled to 6, 7101's entitled to 4. And what are they asking for?
They're asking for the variance for the height of the freestanding signs.
Well, forget about, let's get to height in a moment. How many signs are they asking for?
They have the 7201 Metro Boulevard building is showing that they have 5 signs, the 3 wall signs and the 2 freestanding signs. The only request on the 7101 Metro Boulevard property is for the 20-foot monument sign, freestanding sign. They're not showing any building sign variances or not asking for any additional variances on that property. They would be allowed to have signage that would meet code outside of this request.
So there's no variance required as for the number of signs.
Correct.
Okay, then square footage. The ordinance is 120, as I'm reading the compliance table, 120 square feet total between the 2 signs. When it says between the 2 signs, what does that mean? The one wall sign and the one freestanding sign per frontage?
Correct.
Okay, and they're asking for 150 square feet per sign?
On the wall signage, they're asking for up to 150 square feet of signage for each wall sign that they're proposing. So each of the 3 wall signs would be allowed up to 150 square feet.
So they're entitled to 3 wall signs and 3 freestanding signs for the 7201, and it says the ordinance says just between each wall sign and freestanding sign, you can't be more than 120 square feet.
Total.
Is that correct?
Yep. Total square footage between the 2 signs would be 120 square feet, with neither of those 2 signs being greater than 80 square feet.
Okay, and as far as I read this, they're asking for a variance for 150 square feet per sign, which to me means they'd be entitled to have up to 300 square feet between each sign, between the 2 signs?
So the size of the monument signs, the way that we would calculate square footage for signs would only be the signage. So on the freestanding signs that they're showing, the only signage that would count towards their square footage is this E. So the box around the E essentially. The city does not include addressing or addresses as part of calculations for your required or your allowable signage. So the signs that are proposed, it's not the size of those monument signs. Combined with the wall signage, it's greater than what it would allow, yes.
As I'm reading though, is the variance to get 150 square foot per I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Yep.
Is it 150 square foot per each wall sign and 150 square feet per each frontage sign?
Nope, it's just the 150 square foot request is only for the building signs. So these 3 boxes that are shown.
Okay, is that what it says? Because that's not what the compliance table says.
That's what. Yep, the proposed is the 150 square feet per sign would be for those wall signs.
And so the frontage, the wall sign being
those red boxes. Yep.
On the building, and then how big is the monument sign's going to be? 20 square feet?
Nope, it's 7 feet. It's 40. Sorry, I'm trying to read what this is.
6.25 square feet.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, what's the number?
56.
Okay, so total, our ordinance is 120 square feet, but we're going to do 206.25 square feet.
Yes.
Okay. And then we come to the height. The 20 feet, that's for the, okay, so that's for the monument sign, and that's located near the highway. So why does a monument sign, explain better again, why a monument sign near a highway matters as for the size of the building?
The size and the scale of the building is what the staff report said, and it's adjacent to Highway 100, so to improve visibility. We thought
So then,
that was important.
so then when we say that anyone that comes, anyone that comes before us, because it really doesn't, monument sign to me seems irrelevant to the size of the building. So then we're gonna be establishing a precedent that anyone facing Highway 100, this is kind of what we've approved. This is 20 feet plus a building sign.
That's part of the discussion tonight.
Okay, that's all of my questions for now. Do any other applicants have any other commissioners have questions for staff? Okay, well, let's hear from the applicant.
Wait,
Welcome.
I'm sorry. I was trying to.
Oh, Commissioner
question.
Miranda.
Yeah. So this is an existing building, though, right?
Correct.
And has the existing signage been 150 square feet or 200 square feet?
I don't have the existing signage in our building permit system, so I don't have the existing signage that was on the building. They don't have a monument sign adjacent to Highway 100, to my knowledge.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Commissioners? Well, would be great to hear give the applicant the opportunity to present your case.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for having me. My name is David Little. I'm a principal at HGA Architects, and I am representing the landlord here tonight. Emily, I think, really laid it out really well. We're not looking for a variance in terms of the quantity of signage. Also, that monument sign to the west, we're looking to be, I think, less than the allowable 80 square feet if you look at what the actual written signage portion of that monument is. The question really is the size of 7201 building, its height, and I guess the Highway 100 next to it, the speed at which vehicles are moving along it. It seems like it needs a larger sign to be in scale. I would also add that this landlord purchased the building, I think, about a year and a half ago, and we have had more than one tenant, prospective tenant, back out because the landlord is not able to commit to what size sign would be allowable. And it's a very important criteria, as you can imagine, being on Highway 100, why a tenant would move to this property. So we're looking for something larger and in scale on the building. In terms of the monument signs along Highway 100, as Emily pointed out, we're not looking for large billboards. They are taller than the other monument sign, which is on a 30-mile-an-hour road. That's simply to get up above the vegetation. And again, when you're driving at a higher speed, it needs to be a little higher in order for you to see it. And both of these sign types have been specifically requested by prospective tenants. I don't know that there's anything else I can add right now, but certainly happy to field any questions you may have.
Mr. Little, do any commissioners have questions for the applicant?
I do.
Mr. Commissioner Miranda.
Yeah, so, it's different on the different, so these signs on the building are facing north and south, I believe?
And east.
And east. So if you've got a building that large and you're driving along Highway 100, I mean, isn't the sign along the top sufficient?
Not for what our tenants are asking for. And I think that it's quite possible that we're not going to have just a single tenant on this building. If we did, I would assume that they would not need signage on all three facades. But if we have several tenants taking more than one floor apiece, that it's quite possible that different signs would go to different tenants.
Okay.
Commissioner Miranda.
Your question?
Yeah.
Any other commissioners with questions?
This is Commissioner Agnew. I actually have a follow-up to Commissioner Miranda's question. So for example, if we're looking at the right-hand side of the screen here with the red, if there were two tenants that came into this building, could they both have their logo or their signage within one side? Or would you be having, one tenant on one side and a different tenant's imagery signage on another side?
It's a very good question. I haven't thought of that because I wouldn't imagine two tenants would want their signs next to one another. So I kind of suspect that wouldn't come up, but I would assume that the landlord would defer to whatever guidance came from the planning commission from that.
And the way that the city would kind of look at square footage is if there's one box that can be drawn around signage. So if those two signs fit in one box, that if the variance is approved and that's under the 150 square feet, then ultimately yes.
Thank you.
Chair Nemerov, I had a question.
Great. Commissioner Elkiner.
David. I'd like to just ask Commissioner Miranda's question again about the size of the existing signs. Do you know the dimensions of the signs that have been on the building before?
I believe they were taken down before we started working on the building, but honestly, it's something we can look into, but have not done so yet.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Any other questions?
I do.
Well, Commissioner Bennett, was that you?
Yeah, it is. Hi.
Hello.
Good to see you guys again. No, I guess, we're in the discussion point, correct, Chair Nemerov? Or is it?
Since the applicant, we'll do the public hearing and then we'll have a discussion.
Okay. I'll hold this till after the public hearing. Thanks.
Okay. Anyone else? Otherwise, we can go to the public hearing unless anyone else has any further questions at this point. Well, why don't we do that? You can always ask questions again later. So this public hearing, and here are the instructions. If there's anyone watching or listening to tonight's call that would like to give some testimony, dial 1-800-374-0221. Enter conference ID 2447027 and press *1. You'll give your name, address, and phone number, and then you'll be placed in queue. You'll have up to 3 minutes. We just ask that, if possible, you don't duplicate something stated by someone previous. So with that, I'll turn to our audiovisual team. Dan Riesig, do we have any callers?
Thank you, Chair Nemerov. We do have callers on the line. We don't have any in the queue right now. Actually, we do have one in the queue right now. If the operator can please unmute the line of Jim Groats. Jim Groats can go ahead and speak.
Hello, Mr. Groats.
Yes. I live at, my name is Jim Groats, and I live at 5513 Park Place. And I'm basically calling in favor of the proposed signage. I would urge anybody to please go down and look at the highest, most successful commercial buildings in the area off of Highway 100 at Normandale and Bloomington, Normandale Lakes development. And if you drive around those buildings, you will notice multiple large signs on all sides of the buildings. And we had this discussion several years back regarding SunOpta, who is no longer, I believe, in Edina, but they needed signage, and everybody has concerns. One of the concerns I have as a resident is we have to support our property owners in these difficult times, and we need jobs in Edina. And again, we should be looking to see what surrounding cities are doing for signage in the way of supporting our property owners, because these are tough times if you are a property owner, because of the number of tenants that have gone out of business, and so many people now have just made the decision to work from home. They don't need the office space, and buildings are emptying out. And Minneapolis is a good example of that. So I'm in favor of allowing this additional signage, because we need to support our property owners and our potential businesses that want to come to our city who are employers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Groats. Dan, do we have any other callers?
We do not have any other callers on the line right now, so if you would like to wait about a minute, I can let you know if there are any.
Sure. Wait briefly.
Mr. Chair, we do not have any additional callers.
All right, thank you. Do we have a motion to close the public hearing?
Move to close the public.
I second.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Olson, can you do a roll vote, please?
Commissioner Agnew,
Aye.
Commissioner Elkhire,
Aye.
Commissioner Olson,
Aye.
Commissioner Bertling,
Aye.
Commissioner Strauss,
Aye.
Commissioner Berube,
Aye.
Commissioner Bennett,
Aye.
Commissioner Miranda,
Aye.
Chair Nemerov.
So that brings up back to Planning Commission discussion. I'd like to go to Commissioner Bennett first, at least give you the opportunity. You wanted to say something earlier. Would you like to now, or
It's on me.
or do you like?
No.
You don't have to. I'm just offering it to you.
No, I appreciate that. Yeah, I'll speak. So I've been on the commission for several years, and we've had a number of signage variances and requests that have come before us, but not too many. And I think most people could agree, and this isn't because I don't support business. That's just not what it is. I definitely support business, and signage is key to different businesses more than others, for sure. So we've had ones that I've supported that I haven't. There was one that had a 7-foot tall man standing next to a sign. I don't know if anyone remembers that. But in this case, I think the ones that I'm struggling with, I'm maybe more amenable to the ones atop the building, but having these tall kind of monument signs close to the freeway when there aren't anything like that along that corridor, I'm just not in favor of that. And so, I mean, they're not limited to the size they are, but then allowing it to go beyond what our code is rubbing me the wrong way. And I'm sure you've been to other cities where some signage is too big or too close to the road and it's in your face and it detracts from the area. So if this were like a retail setting and, and this use was going to be different, I'd support it, but you could see that Regis sign from a mile away before. So I don't see enough justification to approve this, but I could like to hear what other people have to say.
Commissioner Bennett. Anyone else? Any of the other people like to comment? Commissioner Miranda.
Yeah, it seems like either one or the other would be, something we could offer. Either the additional square feet on the top of the building or or the the taller frontage signs. But asking for both seems like a kind of a proliferation of. And as a business owner myself, I appreciate what signage does. But I think as a city, we don't want to turn into, I'm not saying 3 signs will make us Las Vegas. We don't want to become, too much that way. And I think, it seems like a lot, as Chair Nemerov mentioned, we're going from 120 square feet up to over 200 square feet. And that's almost doubling. It seems like an awful lot. So I'm kind of hesitant on that respect. So agreeing kind of with what Commissioner Bennett said.
Can I address?
Anyone else?
Sorry.
Well, Commissioner Alcott, did you have a comment? But Mr. Little, we'll come back to you in a second. This is kind of planning commission discussion portion, but I do want to give you up to. But let me get Commissioner Alcott. Did you have something you wanted to say?
Yeah, I think I was just going to land somewhere in between the prior 2 comments. When I look at the signs on the building, for my 2 cents, the standard that we've set as a city doesn't seem reasonable for that size building. Because if you can visualize on the drawings that they provided, those red rectangles essentially cut in half, and imagine yourself going now 60 miles an hour down Route 100. It's just, it's too small to be a relevant sign on a commercial building that size, I believe. So I'm very much in agreement that the signs on the building, I would be happy with approving those. Also agreeing with the prior comments that I'm not quite sure if we grant the signs on the buildings, I'm not quite sure the monument signs are as easy a case for me to make in my own mind as to why that's a necessary accommodation. So that's my thoughts on it.
Thank you. Mr. Little, if you'd like to just take a moment, sure, I'll give you an opportunity.
I'm sorry, I spoke out of turn. I didn't realize I should wait till all the comments came in first. But as the questions were coming in, one of my colleagues who's listening in just texted me that the former Regis sign, while I don't have the specific dimensions right now, they were larger than what current code stipulates. So I don't know if they were as large as what we're proposing now or simply larger than that requirement. What I would say is this is a 9-story building that was previously tenanted by one anchor tenant, right, Regis, and now stands vacant. And it remains to be seen if it's going to be 1 or 2 tenants or a dozen or more. So I think that these signs that would go on the top of each facade are really for anchor tenants. If you're leasing 5,000 square feet out of this 100,000 square building, you're not going to have a large monument sign there. But you still want your employees and your guests in the community to know where your building is and have a brand identity to your building. I think that's why it's important to have, independent of what the anchor tenants are on the top of each facade, it's important to have some sort of brand presence for the E building itself along Highway 100.
Well, thank you, Mr. Little. Any other, so now this is the Planning Commission discussion, but thank you. Any other commissioners with comments? Commissioner Bartling.
Hi. Yeah, I guess on this building, a bigger problem for me is the sea of parking that's not even in question, and we won't go there, right? But so coming to signage, I agree with Commissioner Alkire on the sizing. Our code seems to be inappropriate in size for a building of height this large, this tall. You know, coming down the highway, and not only that, the highway is lower at that point. So in my opinion, I, agree with the larger sizing on the building. And personally, the monumental signs, I have no problem with the design. And I think it's tasteful, but it is a slippery slope for future where it could get out of hand, and then you're driving down the highway and you have just a ton of signage. So I guess that's something to think about.
Thank you, Commissioner Bartley. Commissioner Strauss, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I was looking at the staff report, and I guess that basically persuaded me their conclusions that and essentially that the proposed signage will not alter the character of the neighborhood, and I assume the owner developer, I mean, they know what they need, to promote their building, stuff like that. So I'm willing to abide with the staff recommendation.
Anyone else? So I think that this is too early. I can't remember the last time we approved the sign ordinance variance without really knowing what the sign was going to look like. I mean, at least like when Sunopta came, we knew what the Sunopta sign was going to look like. When the 7-foot man came up, we knew what the 7-foot man was going to look like. We did a sign matter a couple weeks ago or a couple months ago, and we knew kind of what they were going to say. And this one's like, I don't know, it could be one tenant, it could be a bunch of tenants, could be a bunch of words on Highway 100. And, it makes me think that the purpose for this, and not against helping business, I really think we should be helping business. That's not really the role of the Planning Commission. In fact, one of the things we're supposed to do is not give variances because it's a commercial purpose. I mean, we're supposed to look, is the land use appropriate? And this is mostly to make the building more leasable. And I think that's too early. I think that the large monument signs definitely changed the nature of the character of the community. I mean, that's I think we've all driven by areas where there's large signs, and most of us don't find that to be very appealing. And so I think that even though the houses right next door or within 500 feet of this building will be affected by a 20-foot monument sign, I think Edina itself, that would be a change to Edina. So if I knew more about what the sign was going to be more precisely, I would be in support of it. I supported the Sunopta. That was early in my tenure, as one of the first ones that I voted in the minority when that one was voted down. I think we actually changed our ordinance, so that one would have been approved. It was a different issue. I officed in that very building that Sunopta was in, and we had a 6-story building, and we had a sign on our wall facing Highway 100 on top of the building, and it was very visible and effective. I think the buildings at the Normandale office tower, where they do have the monument sign, it's not facing a highway. It's like right near where the people are turning to go into the center. So I guess I'd be okay with a larger monument sign on the back end of the building off of what's that, Metro Boulevard, or I can't remember what the other road is there behind it. Metro's in front, and Ohms, is that the street behind? But if there's gonna be a compromise, I guess I could come up with some I could come up with some kind of compromise, perhaps, that I could get comfortable with. Is like at this, and I would say, hey, if I would toss a compromise out and say, if the landlord actually had more specific, this is what it's going to look like. Again, I'm thinking about OLG. That's another time when we deferred approval of a variance until we had better understanding of what exactly the sign was going to look like. That was the reason we deferred the OLG variance, is because we didn't really know what it was going to look like. So I think this is a little premature. and I'd invite the applicant come back with, if we want to resolve something today, I would say perhaps a slight uptick in the 120 square feet total between the two signs, perhaps 150 square feet total between the two signs. And I think that would work. I think that building sign, I guess we could find better, if we had better information about what the exact sign of the Sunopta one, because that one would look fine if we had the exact size of the Regis sign, because that worked fine. And, I don't think we need to do more than that. So without more information, I'd rather not open it up widely. And that's kind of where I'm at. But I'd be really open, in the future, if they came back to this with more specific information about what it's going to look like. So anyone else have any comments or questions or a motion?
Chair, I have a question about process.
Yeah.
Is it possible to make a motion to approve the signs on the building but not the monument sign?
Definitely. You can definitely do that.
Because I would make that motion then. There's a motion to approve the variance request for the signs on the building but not the monument sign.
Is there a second? Okay. Well, we'll hold that. Someone wants a second. Is there any further discussion or another motion?
Well, this one might not get seconded either. I just recommend approval of both of the variances with the conditions in staff report.
Thank you. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? And I vote will be to approve the variances presented. Ms. Olson, could you do a roll vote, please?
Commissioner Agnew,
This vote, it just came up so quickly. Nay.
Commissioner Alkire,
Aye.
Commissioner Olson,
Aye.
Commissioner Bartling,
Aye.
Commissioner Strauss,
Aye.
Commissioner Berube,
Nay.
Commissioner Bennett,
Nay.
Commissioner Miranda,
Nay.
Chair Nemrov.
Nay. So that motion does not pass by my count. Ms. Olson, can you confirm?
Correct. I have 5-4.
5 ayes or 5 nays?
I have 5 nays.
5 nays.
I will confirm just in case there's any discrepancies. I have Commissioners Agnew, Berube, Bennett, Miranda, Chair Nemrov as nays, and Commissioners Alkire, Olson, Bartling, and Strauss as yays.
Is everyone that correct? Anyone hold your hand up if they got you wrong? So I think we need. So we need. Just kind of a order of procedure. My understanding is we need some resolution that gets a majority of ayes. So that resolution could be, we could do this motion again. We could try it again too, or it could be a motion like Commissioner Alkire did. It could be some variation of this proposal, or it could be a motion to deny. And so would anyone like to make a different motion? And Commissioner Alkire could make his motion again, or some other variation of a modified version of the plan. Commissioner Miranda.
I move to deny.
Okay, is there a second to that motion?
It would be helpful if there were some findings added.
What's that, Carrie?
If you could include some findings for the denial.
Certainly. Okay, well, let's see if we get a second to that first. Is that okay, or do we want to get the findings first?
Well, won't we have the same vote if Just
Not
5 to 4.
necessarily. Not necessarily. It'll go along for the ride. We'll find out.
I'll second.
Okay. So we have a second. That's Commissioner Bennett. Commissioner Miranda, Commissioner Bennett, anyone else? What would be the findings as to the reasons for denial? Out of character?
Yeah.
What's that?
It's out of character. It's too much of an increase over the existing, too much of a variance, I guess.
Planner Teague, is that sufficient? Oh,
sorry.
You please, Lou.
And as you mentioned, we're not approving a particular sign. We're approving the theory of a design, the potentiality of a design.
Planner Teague, is that sufficient?
I believe it is. Yep.
All right, thank you. So we have a motion. And Commissioner Bennett, are you fine with those findings also since you're seconding?
Correct.
We have a motion, a second. Is there any further discussion? Ms. Olson, could you do a roll vote? And in this case, an aye is to deny the variances for the reasons stated by Commissioner Miranda.
Commissioner Agnew,
Aye.
Commissioner Elkhire,
Nay.
Commissioner Olson,
Nay.
Commissioner Bartling,
Nay.
Commissioner Strauss,
Nay.
Commissioner Berube,
Aye.
Commissioner Bennett,
Aye.
Commissioner Miranda,
Aye.
Commissioner Nemrov, Chair Nemrov.
That's okay. Aye. Thank you, Ms. Olson. So could you confirm the votes on that?
I again have a 5 to 4 vote. Just to confirm, since it's virtual, I'm going to go through it again. I have as yays, Commissioner Agnew, Commissioner Berube, Commissioner Bennett, Commissioner Miranda, Chair Nemrov. And as nays, I have Commissioner Elkhire, Commissioner Olson, Commissioner Bartling, Commissioner Strauss.
Is that correct? Okay. Thank you. Mr. Little, thank you for appearing before us and for the discussion. You're definitely welcome to come back. Planner Teague or Ms. Boddicker, what would be the next step for this particular, does this go to the council or what's next for this particular, after this denial of the variance?
This would only go to the planning commission unless the decision is appealed to city council.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. Thank you. One, you know what? Two logistical things. One is we've now been sitting for 3 hours and 18 minutes. After our last meeting, I received a suggestion that maybe we take a 5-minute break. And I'm wondering if, we don't have to do a roll vote, if by thumbs up perhaps on camera, if people, they take a 5-minute break or just keep going. Okay. Planner Teague, is that okay? And everyone, we'll come back at 10:24. Is that okay? Okay, let's do that. I'll come back at 10:24. Hello, everyone who was here. (10:24). So when I clerked on the court, I was 27. All the judges were in their 50s and 60s, and I thought they were old, and here I am today. But they would go to oral argument, and then they would immediately go right into conference. And I'd go, why don't they eat lunch first or something? I said, no. The old, I'll tell you the story another time. Let's see. So the next matter we have is a preliminary plat with variances for 5209 Minnehaha Boulevard. I'd like to wait I see Mr. Booson's on, but I'd like to make sure that all the other commissioners are on also. Carrie, could you not share just a sec? I just want to make sure everyone's available. Let's see. Thank you, everyone, for allowing the break. I did get that feedback after our last meeting. The good news is I think we're on track to end earlier tonight. Lou, Joanne, Sheila, Rachel.
You mean earlier than 1 a.m., Ian?
Earlier.
Here.
Was that a challenge? I'm kidding.
Not to you, Jimmy. I know you can carry on.
Let's go. Just getting started.
I'm here.
Okay, and then Joanne, are you here, Commissioner Olson? Well, why don't we start? I don't. And Mr. Booson's here, and Commissioner Olson is up to speed, and she'll be back. So this is a public hearing for the preliminary plat variance of 5209 Minnehaha Boulevard, and now presenting Carrie Teague, City of Edina Community Development Director.
Members of the commission. So this property is located on Minnehaha Boulevard, just south of 52nd. It's across the street from Arden Park. Note on the screen here, it's an oversized lot. It was originally platted as 2 lots, so larger than lots that surround it. Note on the screen that there are a couple of lots to the south that have the similar circumstance where they were platted as 2 lots, but 1 home built. The 5233 and 5241 were actually, they took 3 lots and put 2 homes on them. Here's an aerial of the shot. You can see there's a lot of trees on the site. So this is the original plat of South Harriet Park. This is the property we're looking at. So note that really the entire Minnehaha Boulevard, they were all platted as 60-foot wide lots. The original house was built on lot 40, but later was expanded to cross lot 39. And again, those 2 properties were combined. So what the applicant is proposing is to reestablish the original plat, tear down the existing home and build 2 new homes. So there's an alley that runs behind the property. So the north lot would gain access off of the alley, and the south lot would gain access off of Minnehaha Boulevard. The applicant ran our median calculation for all properties within 500 feet to establish what the median lot area width and depth is. So note that it encompasses a different plat to the north where you can see that the lots are wider. So because of that, the median lot width here is 70 feet wide. So a variance is needed to reestablish the plat as the proposed lots are 60 feet wide. So the request is for a subdivision and lot width variances for each lot from 75 feet to 60 feet. Again, the median is actually 70 feet within this district. So this is a graphic that I show with all these types of requests. It's really just to show that The city has approved requests that are similar to this, and we've also denied some. We really take a look at each individual circumstance when these are approved and denied. The property that we're looking at this evening is a little bit north of the map that you're seeing on the screen. So primary issue are the variances, are the findings for the variance met? And staff believes that they are, except for the lot width, all other code requirements are met. The proposal reestablishes the original plat of 2 lots. Practical difficulty wasn't caused by the applicant. It was years ago when these lots were combined. The existing lot is nearly double the size of the lots within, the immediate location of this lot. As I mentioned, there are to the south 5 or 6 homes to the south, some oversized lots. The lots to the north of this property actually face 52nd Street. So their rear yards would face the subject property, and the proposed subdivision would result in 2 lots that are more characteristic of the lots to the south and to the east. So again, you can see the lots to the north here face 52nd Street. And again, the immediately surrounding lots are 60 feet wide. We did receive a couple of responses on Better Together. Some were concerned about increase in traffic. This property is located on a curve. So with the Arden Park right across the street, this is a well-traveled roadway. Some were concerned with the tree removal. And I'm going to go back. I didn't point out that the applicant held some neighborhood meetings, and there was some concerns from property owners across the alley about the existing trees. And so the applicant has indicated that they would provide an easement over some of these trees in this location and this location here to preserve those trees. With that, I will stop there and answer any questions you may have. And Mr. Busen is also here to make a presentation as well.
Thank you, Planner Teague. Do any commissioners have questions for Carrie? Commissioner Strauss.
Yes, Carrie, thank you. So we're just being asked to approve a replatting, right? I mean, to the original platting.
Yeah, correct. So it's a request for a subdivision and then a variance for each lot. It would be 60 feet wide instead of the code requirement of 75.
Yeah.
So it's real easy to combine lots in Edina, but to reestablish them, we have to go through this subdivision process.
Yeah. So we're really just being asked about these boundary lines and the size of these new proposed lots. But anything to be built would need to meet all of the setback, height, overall lot coverage, all of our other requirements.
That's correct.
And if they were to depart from that, would be in front of the commission for variances. But we're just talking about these lot lines.
That's correct.
That's correct. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other commissioners? Commissioner Alkire, did you have a question?
Yes, I did. Thank you, Chair. Question about the driveway access to the alley, Director Teague. I noticed that some of the properties on the parkway and also some of the properties to the east of there, I guess that's on Halifax, have access to the alley, but some of them don't. So there isn't is that something that the builder has the ability to choose whether he accesses the driveway or not?
They could. In fact, they could if they so chose to access both ways.
Okay.
I believe there might be, I'm looking at the aerial, there may be 1 or 2 that do have both. I might be seeing
that could be. So he's the reaction. The reason there's one on the street and one on the alley is to try to balance the traffic between the alley and the street. Is that your understanding?
I believe so. We could ask Mr. Busen to elaborate on the specifics for why they're proposing it that way.
All right.
Any other questions for staff? And then we'll give the applicant an opportunity to speak. I had one question, Planner Teague. Straight fact-based for 5217, 5221, 5225, and 5229. Those are the 4 houses to the south of this lot. What is the width on those lots? Are those each 60 feet?
Correct. Some are 59, real close to 60. But in general, they're 60-foot wide lots, yes.
Those 4 in particular?
Yeah, I could do a quick measurement here. Maybe not so quick. If there's other questions or
anyone of those questions, or we can let the applicant speak and we'll just hold Kerry's feet to the fire later.
Sure.
To do his math, to do his calculus problem. Mr. Busen, welcome.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you taking the time to consider this subdivision. I'm Scott Busen with Great Neighborhood Homes. I did submit a application, and I'd like to share the screen for that to walk you through some of the items there. I'll try to keep it as high level as I can. Let me just see if I can do this here. Okay, do you see that?
We're seeing your desktop right now.
Okay, here we go. Okay, how's that? Can you see that?
Yes, we're within a document, a PDF.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so our company, Great Neighborhood Homes, we've always strived to try to build homes that fit well into the character of the neighborhood, and we've done 14 homes near this property on the streets that I mentioned there. And we purchased 5209 Minnehaha because we really want to make sure the development of the property is done in a way which respects the unique character of Arden Park. As you all know, Arden Park just went through a beautiful renovation, and it's surrounded by homes, typically built in the 40s, I would say. It's got a nice vintage charm, and 5209 Minnehaha happens to be a lot was platted as 2 lots that is surrounded by lots about 60 feet wide to match up with the plat that was originally platted on 5209. Here's 2 homes we built nearby in the neighborhood on Halifax. And as Carrie mentioned, the 2 lots were originally platted in 1922 as 2 60-foot lots, you can see here. And then they have the homeowner built 1 home on the north lot in 1946, and then did an addition across the lot line here after that. So then here's a view of the home from Arden Park. As you can see, it's a real wide street facing. The existing home is really in poor condition, and is definitely a home that it's got a tucked under garage, just a lot of overgrowth. It definitely is something the neighbors are anxious to see something happen there, as you can see here. And we could build 1 large home here, on the existing 120-foot lot, but it is our intention to subdivide the oversized property to the original platted 2 lots. I really feel that 2 smaller homes would be a better fit in this section of the block, resulting in a better streetscape on Minnehaha Boulevard, with the homes continuing the curving sequential placement of the homes that exist today. So I think it'll just give a much better streetscape than 1 larger home in between the 60-foot lot homes. And when you look and you study the 500-foot area study, of the 13 homes on Minnehaha Boulevard, 7 of the homes are on 60-foot lots, and 6 of these 60-foot lot homes are on the north section of the block where we're proposing the subdivision. And here's a home of the photos to the south. I think the chairman asked about. These are the 4 homes directly to the south on 60-foot lots. And then here's a photo of the 2 homes to the north on 60-foot lots as well. The one to the right's a little bit obliterated by trees there. In the adjacent block of Halifax, all 40 homes are 60-foot lots, as you can see here. In addition, the 2 smaller lot homes would limit the height of the new homes to 30 feet, whereby city zoning would allow a 40-foot high home on a larger lot. So I think, again, not only the width of the lot, but the height of the home would fit in better with the adjacent properties. So because of these facts, we feel that 2 lots would be a better fit for the neighborhood, as well as an opportunity to welcome new families to Edina. So prior to submitting the application, we had multiple neighborhood meetings. There's 8 adjacent property owners that touch this property, and we sent a letter out to all neighbors within 500 feet. And we held a meeting on the site and one in our office, and I also spoke individually via email or phone with several neighbors. And then I put together, after that meeting, a map that shows the adjacent neighbors and their concerns, and we modified our proposal based on those concerns. The neighbor at 5205 Mini House is concerned about the distance of the new home from his property. The neighbor at 4207 52nd to the north was concerned about losing her view from the backyard. So we did modify, if you look at the plat, we modified the ability for the home to the north to not be built to the allowable setback. So we're proposing that that's built at the existing setback of the old home, whereas zoning would allow us to build forward. The neighbor at 4201 52nd was concerned about traffic on the alley. And then 5204 Halifax was concerned about loss of trees and traffic on the alley as well. 5208 Halifax had a view from her office in Master that kind of looked through the back of our lot, and she was concerned about losing the trees there. And then 5212 was also concerned about the trees. So, and then 5217 wanted to keep the existing fence that we had, which we could keep up during construction there. So it sort of boiled down to we originally had 2 driveways on the alley. The neighbors on the alley were concerned about traffic on the alley, and the neighbors on Minnehaha Boulevard were concerned about traffic there. So we decided to balance that and have 1 driveway access the alley, the north lot, and then the south lot have that access Minnehaha Boulevard. So we'd eliminate this north lot driveway here, and the south lot driveway would be down here, which is also improves the safety factor as the playground is up on the corner, so that driveway would be further away from that playground. And then the feedback on the trees, we decided it made sense to propose tree preservation easements along the alley side that would maintain the forested views that the neighbors were concerned about losing on Halifax. So if you look at the plat, we achieved good balance of the driveway access, the forested views. Here's the neighbor's view from her office that shows the existing trees that we're preserving there on the north lot. And then this is the neighbor's view that I mentioned. She was worried about the house being too far forward, so we preserved that view from her backyard by holding back the setback of the north property home. There's also, the site really drains heavily to the south. We submitted a stormwater plan done by an engineer, which would improve the drainage off the property. So I mentioned we balanced the driveway access. We created the tree preservation easements. And then also the placement of these driveways was put in the path of least resistance for minimizing tree removal. There were some gaps for the driveways to go through that would minimize removing trees. So then here, so here you can see the view that the neighbor has, through the front of our property that we would preserve there for them. And Carrie already touched on the 500-foot area study, so I won't touch on that again. And he also, the findings here for the variance, Carrie also delineated that in his staff report, so I won't go through that with you again. Just a few other items to consider. The 2 new lots of the proposed subdivision will not only be similar in size to the lots in the immediate vicinity, but will also be the largest lots of any recently approved subdivision in Edina. Because of the unique curved section of this part of the block, the lot frontages will actually be approximately 71 feet wide. It's got a pretty big curved radius in front of the property. And most previous subdivisions, I think I'm correct on this, have required 2 variances, whereas we're only seeking 1. There is if you look at the plat, there's a non-existing easement in the back rear corner that we spoke with the Hennepin County Recording Office and the city attorney, and to date, they're unable to find any documentation that refers to the easement in our contacts with the city and the county. So we're unable to file a vacation of easement because there's no documentation of this apparently non-existing easement. So with that, I'll take any questions you have.
Thank you. Do any commissioners have questions for Mr. Busen?
I do.
Commissioner Bennett.
Not a question. I'll get into my other comments later, but I just want to commend you on what is a very robust community outreach. So thank you for just doing such a good job there.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Question. Commissioner Bartling. What are you proposing for square footage of the house for each of these?
So we don't have a buyer per se. I haven't marketed these properties. We thought it'd be presumptuous to start doing that before we got approval from the Planning Commission. So the proposal on there is for like shows the setbacks of the build pads, and they're significantly bigger than a typical house that we would build on this site. The build pads on there are approximately 3,500 square feet, and all the 14 homes we build in this neighborhood, the main floors anywhere from 1,600 to 1,800, and the garage would be anywhere from 400 to 600. So I'd say 2,000 to 2,400 square foot footprint. So it'll probably take about maybe 2/3 of that footprint. And those homes would be approximately with the 2 levels, about 3,400 main and upper, and then approximately 1,200 down. So maybe 4,600 square feet would be about the average size.
Yeah, because it seems like your setbacks that you've said, if you actually built on within that, you would not be hitting the 25% of non-coverage, but maybe I'm looking.
I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, we'd have to, follow the zoning for the 25% lot coverage, and the lots are significantly, the lot area allowed is a lot bigger than the typical homeowner is going to want to build.
Okay. Thanks.
I mean, most people.
I'm sorry, Mr. Busen.
I'm sorry. I mean, there's a lot of lumber costs now is just extremely out of control. People are finally understanding the concept of just build what you need because of the cost of lumber. So we're definitely seeing a reduction in size.
Interesting. I've heard that there are predictions that lumber prices will return. It's not because it's caused because the mills cut back their work or something. The sawmills have cut back, and they're going to start rolling again soon. But Commissioner Agnew, I believe you had some questions.
My question was actually already covered. Thank you.
Any other, Commissioner Berube?
Yeah, I was just going to say I second the comments about, really applauding your efforts to solicit information, feedback, concerns from the neighborhood. So good job on that. I thought it was interesting though, some of those comments made reference to, we don't want these townhomes in our neighborhood. Given that you haven't sketched anything out, unless you showed them something that looks like that, I guess they're just saying that because they're assuming they're going to be small homes, given that the lot will be a little smaller than the current lot. Is that your thought?
Yeah, I didn't see the comments. I saw one comment that was on the packet that came out, because I don't think we can see comments on Better Together with this type of proceeding. Yeah, I don't know what that was based on. I mean, I did read the one comment where that particular gentleman said they preferred a larger home, and I respect that comment. But I hadn't heard that from anybody else. We're typically the neighbors like to see smaller homes in our experience that fit in better.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments, commissioners with questions, excuse me? Otherwise, we can go to public hearing. There's opportunities for questions later, of course. So, I guess, okay, why don't we go to the public hearing? And so that means anyone who's watching or listening can call in and give testimony on this matter. And here are the instructions if you'd like to call in. Call 800-374-0221. Enter conference ID 244-7027 and press *1. And then you'll give your name, address, phone number to the operator who answers. You'll have up to 3 minutes to speak once you're placed in. We just ask if you can, try not to duplicate comments that were already received. So with that, I'll turn to our the city audiovisual team. I think Dan Riesig's our representative tonight. Do we have anyone?
We do not have anyone on the call at this moment. I will get back with you in about 60 seconds or so to let you know if we do.
Wait till 10:52 maybe, or?
Yep, that works.
Okay. Well, I'm going to ask, is there a motion to close the public hearing?
Move to close the public hearing.
Second.
Okay. Ms. Olson, as Commissioners Bennett and Strauss, could you do a roll vote to close the public hearing, please?
Commissioner Alkire?
Aye.
Commissioner Agnew?
Aye.
Commissioner Bartling?
Aye.
Commissioner Strauss?
Aye.
Commissioner Berube?
Aye.
Commissioner Bennett?
Aye.
Commissioner Miranda?
Aye.
Chair Nemerov?
So that brings it back to the planning commissions, which we can ask more questions. We could have it, people can give their feelings about this matter, pro, con, or neutral. Anything they particularly noticed, or people can make a motion. Anyone wish to kick us off? Commissioner Miranda.
Yes. This to me feels like a huge waste of time. It's almost like we should allow by right any lots that were combined should be able to be, split apart again. I mean, I can't see any reason why we should deny this. Thanks.
Any other commissioners? Commissioner Bennett?
Yeah, thanks. I'm on the same page as Lou. However, it was 100 years ago that it's platted, and a lot of neighborhoods kind of transformed differently. So I guess my litmus test always to make example for myself is whether the situation is unique singly to this property compared to the rest of the area. So like, is this on a double lot by itself? And then getting that in conformance or consistency with its immediate neighbors makes sense and through the essential character of the neighborhood. However, in certain circumstances where it's part of a unique area where we have multiple larger lots like we do farther south here, it is that unique character that makes up that larger lot, and it's been that way for 80 years or whatever. However, it's disconnected just enough, maybe 6 houses, in a row that are that 60-foot width, where I'm kind of in that middle of the balance, and I guess just evidenced by, a permanent tree easement, which I can't remember seeing, which is incredible. And then the crazy amount of feedback from neighbors incorporated into the refinement of the proposal really tells me that this will end up being a good project for the community. So I'm in support of it.
Anyone else? Commissioner Agnew?
I think a lot to some of the feedback that we got, and I'm kind of surprised that given the level of engagement that we saw from Scott Busen, that there wasn't anyone who called in or wrote in support of this. I doubled everything that we had received on Better Together was not in favor of granting this subdivision. And so that's just kind of interesting to me. And I think one of the things that I had heard from those that had written in is that it would alter the character of the neighborhood. And I think that this goes to what Commissioner Bennett was saying, really the direct house is right next to it, maybe not. But when you think about this street, and I think this is just one of those streets in our community that is iconic for some of those larger lots right along the river there. Like, it is a unique area. And so for that reason, and I think that reason, and that it then automatically requires variances, right? Like this is a 2-part variance of, or I guess it's the subdivision and then it's granting the variances for these lots to be smaller than the requirements. It doesn't make sense to me to create 2 smaller lots that already are out of the norms that we would have for the street. So that's just some of my initial thoughts.
Bartling?
Yeah, I would agree with Commissioner Bennett. The one thing I will say, and I think Scott, you have shown that many of your houses seem to be you're sensitive to the communities and whatnot. But I, on my own street, saw a subdivide get build 2 suburban McMansions, and makes me so sad. So for me, I'm all about approving this, but for me, it's, as long as it's conditional that this does stay. I don't want to really see a 5,000 square foot house either. But that seems to be the trend. I'd rather see something a little more like the community and what the neighborhood has, the feel of that, and something much more traditional, or just very tasteful, I guess. So.
Any further comments? I'm looking around the screen.
Commissioner
I would
Berube.
just
say, yeah, I in this instance, I'm influenced by the 60-foot width lots of the neighbors, and so many of those on the block are 60 foot. So granted, when you go, across the street on the next block, they're a little bit wider, and hence that's why you get a wider average of 70. But the ones immediately around are all 60, and indeed, these 2 lots were each 60 and then were combined. And so it doesn't seem out of character to me to have these lots be 60 foot wide.
Carrie, were you able to confirm those 4 houses are 60?
It was, yep. I pulled up the original plat where I could actually read the numbers. And because of the curve, some are 59, some are 61. But if you were to measure the width right in the middle of the lot, they're 60 feet wide.
Thanks. Commissioner Miranda, I think you had a comment.
Yeah, I mean, we're just earlier tonight we were talking about affordable housing, and here we have an opportunity to create a free new house, magical land, right? I mean, we just subdivide a lot, and I mean, we don't want to do this ad infinitum, but here we are taking, literally a double lot and splitting it into single lots. So, if we want to talk about equity and, part of the reason that suburbs became very white is, they keep people of color out by, minimum lot sizes and things like that. And the regulation we have today where we have to look 500 feet away, when those houses clearly aren't part of this development, their lot width is completely irrelevant to what's on this block. So for all these reasons, I think this is definitely should be approved.
Thank you. Anyone else? Commissioner Alkire.
I don't have a lot to add. I would just comment that I live not too far south from this house on Arden Park, and having been here for 15, 16 years now, the character of the neighborhood is definitely 60-foot lots of the neighborhood. There are always going to be exceptions, and as you see some exceptions on this block, but when I think about the character of that neighborhood over there, it's definitely long, narrow lots, and we're essentially, to me, restoring the genuine character of the neighborhood with this change. So I support it completely.
I don't have much to add. I think the project makes sense. That's basically it. And I do like the neighborhood outreach. And then popular. The feedback we get in favor, the feedback we get against is a hard thing to gauge. We have to rely more on the facts of what's presented as opposed to, the number of people saying they like something or don't like something. That's something we really, aren't supposed to take into account in interpreting the ordinances that were given in the policy. So this seems to fit with the neighborhood as it is. Anyone else? Anyone want to make a motion, pro, con, or further comments, questions?
Move approval subdivision and variance requests, subject to the conditions outlined.
Second.
Commissioners Bennett and Alkire, I believe. Any further discussion? Commissioner Berube, I know you were about to say something. Maybe it was a motion.
I was just going to make a motion. Yep. Thank you.
Ms. Olson, could you do a roll vote, please? An aye is to approve the subdivision.
Commissioner Alkire? I'm sorry, Commissioner Alkire?
Sorry, I off muted too fast.
Thank you. Commissioner Agnew?
Nay.
Commissioner Bartling? I'm sorry, Commissioner Bartling?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Strauss?
Aye.
Commissioner Berube?
Aye.
Commissioner Bennett?
Aye.
Commissioner Miranda?
Aye.
Chair Nemrov?
Aye. So it passes. Congratulations, Mr. Busen.
Thank
Is there
you.
any? You're welcome. Carrie, is there? What's the future for this? Is that a final approval?
This one will also go to the City Council on June 1st.
It will. Okay. Thank you. Good luck. That takes us. You're welcome. Now we have a sketch plan review for 4911 77th Street West. This is not a public hearing. Of course, public is definitely welcome to, hopefully people are watching and, maybe if this does go to become an actual proposal, then give their feedback to it. looks like Planner Teague is going to be presenting.
Thank you, Chair, members of the commission. So this property is located in the Pentagon Park area. So it's the Pentagon South. So to orient you for this picture, we got Highway 100 here, 77, and we're looking at the Pentagon Park South property, specifically the southeast corner of the site. So this is guided in our comprehensive plan for office residential up to 75 units an acre. Whoops. A couple of years ago, the site was rezoned to planned unit development for a specific mixed-use project. So this is the approved PUD. This was actually going to be the first phase. So again, here's 77th, Computer Avenue, and Viking Drive. The two retail buildings out front have been constructed, as well as the parking ramp. There were two hotels planned for this site and another retail building on the corner. The site we're looking at is the South Hotel site. So here's another look at the building so you can see this is the hotel. This is the site we're looking at. This was the hotel that was approved. This is the second hotel. Again, here is the hotel that was approved for the site. So what the applicant is proposing here is to replace the hotel with, it was to be a 153 room hotel. The proposal here this evening is to do a 200 unit apartment. It would be 6 stories. So they've provided basically a block drawing of the shape of the building. Obviously no architecture yet. This would be the site plan. The setbacks that are proposed here would be the same as the hotel. Some of the commissioners may recall one of the issues, it was a pretty big issue for both Planning Commission and Council, was how pedestrians move through this site. And the idea was to have a pedestrian and bike paths to get through the site from Viking Drive. Go back. So this is the area that we're looking at right in here to move people through the site and then across 77th to hook up to the regional trail to the north. What the applicant's proposing here, this would also be a drop-off area, but this is the pedestrian connection that they're showing through that site. So that's an issue for consideration this evening. So the proposal would meet all the setback and height requirements that have been established in this PUD. What would be required is a zoning ordinance amendment to basically amend that PUD that was approved to replace the hotel with housing. The density is compliant with the comprehensive plan. Proposed use would be allowed within that district. Traffic and parking study would be required. The maximum height that would be allowed on this site is 12 stories, so they're still within that. Pedestrian connections would be very important, sustainability and green roof, EV connections, those types of things. So again, the Planning Commission is just asked to provide feedback, non-binding feedback on a potential future development proposal. So with that, I will stop there, answer any questions you may have. And the applicant is also here for a presentation as well.
Well, so that thank you, Carrie. Does anyone have questions for Planner Teague, or would you like to go to the applicant? And we'll all just to refresh, we'll all have the opportunity to give our feedback after the applicant's presentation. Commissioner Strauss.
Yeah, thank you. Carrie, what is your take? A hotel to apartment. What does that mean to you as a development director? I mean, is it just a market kind of thing? I mean, that's mean,
Yeah.
the dynamics of how this site, I would think that's a more permanent, vital presence than a hotel. But what would you see the dynamics? How does that relate to the community having apartments versus a hotel?
Yeah, so providing housing within this area is going to bring more of that 24-hour life to the area, help support the retail that's going in, potentially the retail building to the north. Maybe housing would help that get built. So yeah, I see housing as a good use in this area.
Anyone else? Carrie, can you refresh my memory? Was the hotel, was that a 6-story building, roughly the same dimensions as this proposal?
It was, I believe, 5 stories, so this is a little taller. There were 153 rooms in the hotel, well, where this is 200 units of housing.
Okay, thanks. Anyone else? Commissioner Bartling.
Hit it too many times. Yeah, is there any retail or anything in this plan on the first level?
Not within this building, no.
Okay.
Kyra, did you have a question? Anyone else? Oh, we'll have opportunities later also. Why don't we bring the applicant up and you have a presentation perhaps, and then we can engage in a discussion.
Well, good evening. Appreciate the opportunity to talk a little bit about Pentagon Village, and this particular project is part of that. My name's Jay Scott. I'm a principal with Solomon Real Estate Group. I am one of the co-developers of the Pentagon Village project overall, along with Hillcrest Development. Tonight I've got Christian Lawrence with me as part of the presentation. He's a partner of mine on this particular project. We also have David Stahl, who is our project architect with Cunningham. And so we'll let David kind of walk through the project here. But before we do that, I just wanted to touch on the existing project, provide maybe just a little bit of background or historical perspective on that project, and then we'll slide right into the proposed apartment project. So David, if you wouldn't mind, can you share that screen and we'll just put up the master plan?
All right. Are you seeing the master plan?
I am seeing it.
Okay.
All right. So again, Carrie kind of walked through, the Pentagon Village plan. Obviously, we've worked diligently to install all of the infrastructure for the project and have completed the first 2 retail buildings out along the front, as many of you are aware of. The hotel site, which is lot 2 within the project, that was sold to a hotel development group. Obviously, COVID hit, and COVID did have some impacts on this project, so it probably put us back about 12 to 18 months on our timeline in terms of completing the overall project. But that hotel development company is committed to moving forward with the project. That is a 5-story, 235-room Marriott branded hotel that will be a part of this project long term. The site in question tonight was originally approved for a concept called Water Walk. And Water Walk is really an extended stay hotel concept. So they had 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom units, really looking for somebody who was almost a renter in essence, that was going to have a long-term stay, maybe a work assignment or relocation, where they might be renting a particular hotel room for 3 to 6 months. So really, the project that we're presenting tonight is very much consistent with even that concept to some degree. And we really do feel that the integration of housing within the overall project is going to help activate the site at different times compared to some of the other components within the project. So we're pretty excited about it and do feel that it would be a very strong fit for the overall project at Pentagon Village. David, maybe you can go to the next slide. So this is just a graphical depiction of what the project would look like as it gets built out. You can see in yellow in the back where this particular building would be located within the site itself. Again, we do have those first 2 retail buildings built in the front. We're working actively with our leasing team on the office component, which is the larger site out along the freeway. And then we've got a key casual dining restaurant that we're working with for the far left building that would actually be right out in front of the apartment complex and near the hotel there as well. So there's a lot of interest, a lot of activity going on right now in the marketplace, which is really encouraging coming out of the pandemic here. So we're pretty excited about that. And I hope that we'll be before you even with some other projects here, possibly even yet over the summer or into the fall as we look at some other vertical components of Pentagon Village that could take shape relatively soon. David, maybe go on to the next slide. There we go. So again, this is the particular area we're talking about tonight. And I think the project really does fit well. We'll let David walk through that, and then we're going to be happy to answer any questions. Of course, we're here tonight to really solicit your feedback and comments so that we can try to incorporate those elements or those comments back into the design of the projects as it moves forward in this process here. I did want to introduce my partner, Christian Lawrence, with Rise Modular, and have him spend a minute just to introduce his company, himself and his company, in modular construction. So you've probably heard a little bit about modular construction lately. It's very exciting. We're really excited to have him be part of this project and be a team member here. And he's going to tell you a little bit about that before we move into the rest of the presentation.
Thanks, Jay, and thank you, Chairman and Commissioners. Really appreciate you having us on tonight, and we look forward to feedback. My name is Christian Lawrence. I'm the founder and CEO of Rise Modular. We also have Rise Development and Rise Construction. We are a innovative, vertically integrated construction and real estate company. We're really excited about this project. As you can see here on the slide, we are using volumetric modular technology that we are pioneering here in the Midwest. We build 6-sided full volumetric units with the kitchens, bathrooms, all the finishes completed in our factory, built on an assembly line in Owatonna, Minnesota. And then we truck them to the site and stack them not dissimilar. The best analogy is like Legos. And so we're really excited to bring this technology from Europe and Asia. It's been brought to the east and west coasts of the U.S. And now we are the first company doing this in the Midwest. We several months ago completed our first project in South Minneapolis, and we are now under construction on a 192 unit. So this picture is our Mod 42 first project we completed in Minneapolis. I think if you go to the next slide, we've got some interior pictures. So the quality is outstanding, as good or better due to the factory environment and the precision and workmanship we can achieve in the factory environment. And now we are under construction on our second project, 192 unit apartment project in downtown St. Paul. And the project we're proposing here would be our 6th or 7th project throughout the metro area. So we're really excited about this technology and the benefits it brings, both with quality and speed, less disruption to the site based on faster construction and not as much work and truck trips being done on site, the inherent environmental qualities of this delivery method, and the cost efficiencies. So we're really excited about this project, and I'll kick it back to David to walk through the project. And I'm happy to take any questions on modular or Rise in particular after we present the project.
Thank you, Christian, and thank you, Planning Commission, for hanging in on these late evenings. I'll walk you through some of our initial thoughts, but as this is a sketch plan, looking for your input. We're at a point where input is desired and helpful. As Jay had mentioned, we're filling out the Lot 3 of the existing master plan. So we wanted to build on what was laid before us. It aligns with the existing ramp next to us because this northern yet to be named street has a certain feel. So we wanted to maintain that. This is the more active side. Hopefully a lot of activity between the retail buildings that are coming, the hotel, and the Central Park. So this will be essentially our front door. The other sides of the building are more neighborhood oriented, nice walks, landscaping. We did want to make sure that we have a connection through the site on from Viking Drive. Viking Drive also happens to be the border between Bloomington and Edina, so it's a street that goes between Computer Avenue and the frontage road, Normandale Road. It's rather quiet, so maybe getting some more people in here and some bikes will really liven it up. Upon arrival, we wanted to make sure that not only if you're arriving by car, there is a obvious front door. We want to pull people into this site and activate it. So our front door is at this corner, kind of occupying the area that's facing the park and the existing parking structure, because not only are we parked under our area, we have 165 stalls on site. We want to be looking forward. We don't want to overbuild parking. We had a long discussion on that earlier. So what works nicely right now is the existing parking structure has capacity. So we can utilize the remaining 85 stalls we need to meet 1.25 can be handled in this parking structure, reserved spots or free, yet to be determined. But there's a nice connection between those so people can go right into the front lobby. If you're a pedestrian, we wanted to make sure that this walk along the street was nice, so we're envisioning an art walk with various art pieces to bring interest and life along that walkway. We have active areas on the first floor. We have a bike lounge. We'll have a maker space. Probably the fitness will be on that first level as well as the lobby. We have a drop-off area that has a nice loop. Make this feel very park-like, good for Uber, quick drop-offs, or the residents can come in and access the secure parking below the footprint there. We've stepped back to the upper levels along this walk because we want to make sure that it's a nice, comfortable pedestrian feel. We wanted to keep the edge aligned with the other buildings, but as the mass of the building goes up, it's nice to give a little bit of relief and articulation. Here you can kind of see how the massing is coming together. Waiting for your input, so we haven't suggested the architecture yet, but we did want to point out we'll have a nice raised podium over the parking. We'll have a pool, landscaping, fire pits, kind of a nice area that's up above the street level, keeping it secure. You know, obviously with the pool, we need fencing as well. And looking at some of the neighbors, hopefully this will not be too impactful. We've got a credit union, a daycare, and the future hotel, so we feel this fits in nicely. I think other than that, that's how we've started to shape it up. We like the south-facing courtyard looking in, but really being that this is our first sketch plan appearance, looking forward to answering your questions. With that, I'll turn it back to Jay in case there's any last additions you'd like to add.
No, I think at this point we're happy to answer any questions that you have. There's certainly more information available, and we can share that maybe through this process. But I think we'd like to hear from you and see how we can respond to maybe some of the comments or questions that you might have at this point.
Well, thank you. Anyone on the Planning Commission wish to give some feedback or ask further questions? Well, everyone will have their opportunity. I can go in alphabetical order if you like, or anyone want to kick us off? Commissioner
Thank you,
Miranda?
Yes. I have other things to say, but let me just start off with the, I'm a little confused about the biking. There's a bike lounge and bike parking, which seem to be on opposite sides of the building. So what exactly is the bike lounge? I read the description, but it doesn't really click with me.
Okay. No, happy to explain. We have outdoor bike parking for guests and short-term use. And we also have bike storage within the building for long-term, but we often find that bike lounges are highly popular these days. That's an area where you can work on your bike or hang out if you're a few folks that are bike-oriented and like to use that as like, it's kind of like hanging out in the garage for those that like to tinker. So it's kind of a social and useful area. Not
Okay.
necessarily tied in with where the main bike storage would be inside.
Okay, I see. So, and I know this is just preliminary plans or whatever, but so bike parking, I mean, it seems like a lot of bike parking, indoor bike parking nowadays is, or at least in cities, it seems to be where you have to lift your bike up and it's vertical parking, and it's much harder to use than car parking where you just drive in, right? And so, and then as people start to use things like cargo bikes and such, have you done other buildings, or has any thought at all been given to that? I know it's very specific, but I mean, just have you thought about anything like that?
No, those are great questions. I'm a biker myself. So we want to make sure that we balance the area use between efficiency, like the ones you're talking about where you tilt up the front tire, but we also want to make sure there's a number that are just roll in, because there are a lot of residents that can't lift a bike up. And with a lot of the new battery assist bikes, they're getting bigger and heavier. So I don't know if anyone could lift one of those up. So we want to make sure there's a mix and have ample specs for both.
Okay, and then my last question about bikes is, so it shows, I forget which diagram it was, but kind of a bike route along Computer Avenue going up some mythical future road up to the 9 Mile Creek Trail. And I'm wondering why, I mean, because the idea behind this, because I was on the commission when you proposed the original, before you built what you have today. And, it seemed like you were creating this little village. You've got this little village square, and and I've been there, it's very nice, and you've got the water feature and this little kind of covered area, pergola sort of thing and whatever. And you'd almost think that, that would be kind of the way people would go naturally to the 9 Mile Creek. And there's a traffic light there, and, seemed like it would be a safe way to go through there. Is there any reason you're thinking that it would be along Computer Avenue?
Well, maybe
We
I
just want to make oh, go ahead.
Yeah, maybe I can interject here a little bit. So we actually do envision the connection to the regional trail system coming through the main entry at the light at West 77th and crossing over by the 4820 building across the street. And actually, some of my cohorts over at Hillcrest are currently talking with the Parks Division in Hennepin County as it relates to making that connection, that physical connection, if you will, earmarking that connection and incorporating wayfind signage and so forth to try to better identify that path and that connection point for people. So that is an ongoing process right now, but yes, it's an important connection to make, not only for the apartment complex, but even for all of the other businesses that are going to be part of Pentagon Village. And we do see that coming through the main entry into the site and making the connection at that point. There may be secondary access points, certainly going down Computer, maybe crossing over in different places. Obviously, you have other projects that are going through planning right now that could also impact access into the future Fred Park as well as the regional trail as well. So, but yeah, we're very interested and very excited to make that connection point for this particular project as well.
Okay, great, thank you.
Chair Nemerov, this is David. I want to follow up on Commissioner Miranda's question.
Sure.
I hate to belabor the point, but I wanted to just continue that conversation just a little bit, because maybe it's because I'm not as familiar with this particular area, but I can see how you can influence what happens to 77th Street, but can you talk a little bit more about, I think, what you were just talking about, what happens north of 77th Street between that and the trail? You're saying there's some conversations already going on about connections north of 77th, or did I misunderstand?
No, so let me clarify that and apologize if that was a little confusing. So the overall Pentagon Village project is being co-developed by Solomon and Hillcrest, and Hillcrest owns that property across the street. So we have a common interest to facilitate that bike path, if you're the trail connection point, if you will, together for the benefit of Pentagon Village as well.
Okay.
So we're working in concert with Hillcrest, the city, the county, right now, actually, to try to define what that looks like and be in a position to incorporate physical improvements in the not too distant future.
Okay, so north of 77th, just so I'm
Yes,
following, is
it would be to
something
the
that may happen
northeast.
in the future, but there's no concrete plans to do that right now.
There's room to do that. We're just going through that preliminary design phase talking right now. And so that'll, that design will come forward here again in the not too distant future. So, but yes, there's physical space to be able to make that connection point.
Okay, good, because I mean, that's the most direct and the most interesting direction to go if you're a pedestrian or a biker is definitely that direction. So that there's a lot of potential attractiveness to that route. Thank you.
Anyone
Chair
else?
Nemerov, I have a
Commissioner
question.
Berube.
So my apologies if you covered this before. If you did, I missed it. When we saw this initially, there were two hotels, so now it's a hotel and an apartment. Tell me again, why are you changing this to an apartment? What led to that decision?
Well, I mean, the first trial, like I think that we all faced, of course, was COVID. So we had this project pre-approved and ready to start, and then COVID hit. And obviously it's had a dramatic impact on the hospitality industry. So that has delayed the Marriott Hotel in their plans to move forward, although there's still commitment for that to happen on the site. And Water Walk at this point, or at that particular time, just walked away from the opportunity. But I really see it as a blessing in disguise because if you might recall, when this plan was going through its initial approval phases, Chase was working on the Pentagon North projects for a multifamily project at that particular time. And we didn't feel that we would want to incorporate another multifamily project at the same time necessarily, try to compete with them, and kind of shied away from that. And we did have a lot of demand from the hospitality industry on this particular site as well. So that was the initial reason we took the direction that we did. But right now, hospitality obviously is still struggling. There's really no viable, users or active users within that industry that are expanding at this point in time. So we feel that the housing component really does activate the site in a little bit different way than the hospitality piece would.
Okay, and regarding the modular component, I think that's really interesting. I've read a lot about it. I've always read about it in the context of affordable housing. Would you intend for this to be affordable housing, or is it market rate housing?
Well, it is a market rate housing project, but we are committing to incorporate 10% of the units as affordable units, so to meet the city standards for affordable housing.
Okay. And then I guess the only other thing is when I look at that, at the area, I just wonder if someone living in an apartment there isn't going to feel like they're in an island surrounded by garages, offices, hotels, and parking lots.
Well, we do have a future retail coming to the site, including a restaurant right in front of it that we're working actively on right now. So I think this area is going to dramatically change over the next 5 years. There's a number of things, even on the Bloomington side, as you're well aware of, that are actively being planned right now. And I think so. I just think the marketplace is going to look dramatically different in the next 4 to 5 years, and all of that really is a positive in my opinion. It's really going to activate the corridor of West 77th as it heads towards France. It's really going to allow for the transformation of a number of those properties to maybe be at a higher and a better use and really portray a better image for Edina coming in from the west side on this particular location. So I think the housing piece fits well with these type of uses. These are all active, engaging type of uses for the most part. The parking ramp actually positions itself very well to support this project. We have 160 plus stalls on site below grade for the parking, but the rest of our needs for parking can easily be encapsulated or met within the existing parking ramp itself. So we don't have to incorporate surface parking to support this particular use. In fact, the ramp, the way it's designed today, is designed to handle the parking flow for both the hotel as well as this particular property. And then, as you might recall, it can be expanded in the future to accommodate the needs for the future office building as well.
All right, thank you.
May I go?
Hi.
My turn?
Sure.
Hi, guys. Yeah, a few comments. I guess I don't have any comments particularly on the use per se, but what I do fear, what Commissioner Berube said, is this island effect. I don't think, you talk about engaging the street, I don't think they're going to be successful with that. I think that there needs to be, I also, when I see this plan, I find it's too bad that we're not engaging 77th Street a little more. And I also think that I see a sea of parking. And that's what I, as a resident who bikes down the path, and have stopped into Red Savoy's or wherever, I would love to have this be much more biker friendly, much more organic. It seems like a lot of drive, a lot of blacktop. The park seems kind of like an afterthought to me. It wants to entwine and be, if you truly want an art walk, then make it an art walk and make it organic, not just, again, something you put on a sidewalk that's way too narrow for it to be a true place of engagement. And then also I had to search really hard for the pathway to the bike path or a walking path where you wouldn't have to walk through the parking lot to get to the retail. So I find that is missing and lacking. There needs to be more of a promenade in front of the retail that would allow for outdoor seating, outdoor engagement, safe walking. I also, I guess, so again, a lot of generally what Edina is trying to do is be urbanized, engage, and this feels really too suburban for me. But there's ways to make it happen. And, I guess those are a few of my comments. The parking, so you have the ramp. So you're saying all this surface parking is required. Is this not parking we could put in the actual apartment or in the hotel?
The surface parking, are you talking about this that's up in the master plan?
Yeah.
So that's associated for the restaurants along this edge. All of our parking is covered either underneath, 2/3 of it's underneath, and then the additional, hopefully short-term use, you're looking at a long way, is handled within the parking ramp. So
yeah, but it seems to me though that most of the restaurants, the high level parking would probably be at night. And so they could use the parking deck versus creating that could be green space, or the hotel could turn, or, so that you can create a bigger bigger Central Park-ish, what you called it, I think. I don't know, I know this is a little bit, quite a bit different in size, but taking maybe some of the cues that even the Ford site, Highland Park, that they're doing, it feels much more street engaged, much more friendly. And I guess my biggest comments is really thinking about how you would feel as a person in that zone. And I know as a developer, you want it to be successful. So if the more outdoor seating you have, the more promenade you have, the more things of engagement that you have, that's going to create it to be more desirable to live. That's going to create more desirable to use your retail, and it's going to then create a much more desirable place to rent an office building. So I guess, and can even be attractive for hotel as well, obviously. So I guess those are my comments. And I had something. Oh, and just to comment on the modular, love that. Totally love it. Commissioner Berube, modular is actually tends to be more expensive, but what it does is it reduces time and labor, which there's lots of shortages of, and it creates a much more, it eliminates mistakes, or reduces them, and also waste. It also reduces waste of materials. So it's a really great thing. So I applaud that for sure. And Rise, I think you guys are doing great things with that. So keep it going. Hope to work with you someday. So
thank you, Commissioner. Appreciate that.
That's all I got.
Jay, perhaps you want to address and Commissioner Bartling, really appreciate the feedback and would love to meet and chat about how we can work together. But perhaps, Jay, you want to address what we're proposing here with this multifamily development versus the overall master plan, some of which is already in place.
Yeah, the master plan for Pentagon Village, as you all know, has been approved, and we're actually just implementing each of these different vertical components as the market allows us to do that. So we have 5 basic vertical lots on the site to build on. And I don't know if David, if maybe you can go back to the rendering, because I think it gives a different perspective of how the density and how this is going to look as it gets built out. So the plaza was well thought out. We spent a lot of time working with various different groups to incorporate that element. It's designed to incorporate or be available to use if the city wanted to do a 5K race, and this was going to be the home for it, right? So we've got the parking ramp for the flow, for the parking needs for something like that, and we can come right across the street and connect into the trail system very easily. So I think as you see the retail and the restaurants get built out here over the next 12 months or so, you're going to see the site fully activated in probably quite a bit different way than it is today. So certainly COVID stalled a lot of the progress that otherwise would have been seen by this time. But again, those pieces are in process right now, in discussions, and you'll see some of those different vertical components come back before you for review and for approval as well. But what this particular project is really just dealing with lot 3. So it's a very small piece of the overall Pentagon Village project, and it's a defined lot, as you know already, with the plat. So we're only able to really address specifically, how do we connect lot 3 to the rest of the project? And we've taken significant measures to make sure that we make that connection in a very positive way so that the project is successful, and that so all of these different components continue to connect with one another. And there's a lot of different pedestrian paths throughout this project. And again, I encourage you to get out and walk. You can see some of them today, but again, it's going to be activated in a much more significant way once you see these vertical components start to really take shape.
And just to further clarify, the Central Park Plaza is already there, as are the roads and the parking in front of the retail. And so, those components are already there.
Maybe I can just touch on, there was a comment about the art component as well. So as you might recall, we went through a whole process to engage different artists and solicit bids and ideas for artwork. And the initial wave of artwork at Pentagon Village was done by local sculptor James Brenner. And so we have a number of those sculpture pieces on the site today. And so what we wanted to do with Lot 3 with its proposed apartment project is to continue to incorporate an art component and tie all of these different pieces together. So we would expect to do that with the future office building. We would expect to do that even with the hotel and some of the other pieces as they come online. You know, we can't address that today because those pieces are not fully designed today, but we can try to incorporate those elements into Lot 3, into this particular project. And so, David, if you go back to the site plan, maybe you can highlight where those different pieces potentially could be. Again, this isn't fully defined, it's just a concept and an idea, but we want to show you the commitment to that we have with the overall project and certainly with this project as well, and in continuing that type of element or component throughout Pentagon Village. So on this particular graphic, you can see we've got a few designated positions for art along the interior drive. We also have what could be a more significant piece kind of in the center of that roundabout right there as well. So I think that's going to be an important connection piece. So not only are we going to connect with colored concrete and all kinds of different materials that are going to connect to the existing trail system and sidewalk system in Pentagon Village, but we're going to continue that art component all the way out to computer this particular direction as well. So I think that's going to help this project hopefully tie in with the rest of the project very nicely.
Yeah. Okay. And sorry, I'm just new on the commission, so wasn't privy to a lot of the stuff to begin with, and I do know what's going on because I drive by it. But I also, just wanted my comments on that. If there is opportunity to, get more green space, whatnot, I would recommend that. But as far as the building, which you did say, which is in question, so I did forget to say a couple things. One thing, and I said it tonight already, I have ultra sensitivity to materiality and its transitions. So many buildings have materiality change with no relief, and it looks terrible. The other is too many materials. There doesn't need to be hundreds of materials. In fact, a more handsome building is one that usually has 2 or 3. And then the other thing to think about is, engaging this. So is this going to be a single entry, or will there be street level, since there's going to be no retail or buffer on the bottom, will there be more of an entry level on the first level or elevated, or what are you guys thinking on that?
Typically, we like, from a management standpoint, they really prefer one door. It's secure, it's things like that. But we'll probably, along with our activated spaces, the bike lounge may have its own access to come and go. But that is something I would defer to the management group because they have the ultimate say.
I'd say whether it's through the bike lounge or elsewhere, there'll probably be a secondary, but it'll be, from building management and security standpoint, it'll really be a secondary. And we want to draw people to the northeast or the northwest corner, near the, Central Park Plaza area, and engage the, broader master plan. And so that is the primary entrance.
Yes.
And where leasing will be management of the building, stuff like, mail package.
Hi, Commissioner Bartling. Do you have anything further? A lot of good questions here.
Nothing more from me.
Any other commissioners with questions?
I got some.
Yes, Chair, I had one.
Okay,
Go
great.
ahead, Jimmy.
No, you got it. I'll wait. Thanks.
So most of my thinking is about the land use and the difference between the experience of a homeowner and the experience of a hotel patron, even extended stay, as you described. And I guess there's 2 things I wanted to ask you about. Was first, the TBD retail and restaurant, I think you said that you're in conversations or you're, relatively early in that process as to what, who it's going to be exactly. But what's your intention? Are you thinking, I guess what I would describe as destination retail and restaurants, a place that like if not fine dining, at least a place where a person could have a full meal as opposed to Jersey Mike's across the parking lot? I mean, are you thinking about those as distinctive experience places, or how are you thinking about that?
Yeah, it's a good question, and I would tell you that, where the reserve is located today, while that's a good use and it fits well within the overall master plan in terms of its use, we actually were engaged in conversations and very close to having a deal restaurant in that particular location, and then again COVID hit. So COVID had an impact on a lot of projects, right? And certainly we develop projects across the Twin Cities, and they've had impacts on some of our projects as well. So we were sort of forced to take a little bit of a different direction there, not knowing how long the pause button was going to be hit in terms of the impacts of COVID on the restaurant community. So however, the good news is that same group, which we've done business with previously in another project, we are actively engaged with right now for Lot 4, which is that, I don't know, David, if you can highlight that, there you go. It was originally proposed as a 2-story, 19,000 square foot mixed use building. And I think what we're going to come back before you with likely is a larger restaurant concept, maybe with rooftop dining, something really fun and festive that's going to be able to really draw a crowd. So it will be a destination oriented restaurant concept, full bar, possibly some breakfast opportunities they may do at this particular location because of the heavy workforce in the particular area. But that's our vision for that particular site. And so that will also help activate and really support the apartment site of what we're proposing here. So we're excited to sort of tie those pieces together. While they're separate projects, they certainly have a positive impact on one another.
Okay, thank you. And then you mentioned earlier, or somebody mentioned earlier, what's going on across the street in Bloomington. And would you mind just I'm new to the Planning Commission also. I'm not familiar with what's going on across the street in Bloomington. Can you just describe briefly projects across the street that might improve the quality of life for residents of this future building?
Well, across the street, you have Chili's restaurant, which is closed down at this time. So there are a number of different plans being bantered around with in terms of what might go in that particular location. So there's nothing approved for it today, but there's a lot of different parties taking a look at it. And some of those are commercial uses. Some of those are restaurant uses. So I think that site's going to get activated here probably within the next 6 to 12 months. So it's going to be something different than it is today, and it's going to be in a better position than it was even previously as a Chili's restaurant. So we don't have a lot of definition there other than I just know through the market relationships that we have in the Twin Cities that there's a lot of activity on that particular site right now. And some of that has to do with the success and what we're trying to build upon at Pentagon Village too, as this area tends to redevelop. Then as you go a little bit further south, you have the Days Inn property. The city of Bloomington's been working with United Properties and MEP or MSP rather on an office medical redevelopment for that particular corner as well. So I think you're going to see those properties activated at some point. I don't know the exact timing. We're certainly not involved with those, but all of this redevelopment that I think is going to happen in the area is just going to be a real boon to the whole area. It's really just going to transform what we see out there physically today into something that's new, fresh, and really exciting for the area.
Okay, thank you. And then just one more thing, not a question, but more of a comment as you continue to work on the project. I hear what you're saying about the paths and the connections between the different sites on the property. But as we continue the conversation, I'd like to hear a lot more about connections beyond the property. So for example, if you have a bike lounge and a bike, where can I go on my bike? And how easy is it for me to do that? Because that, to me, that says a lot about the suitability of the land use on the spot, is not whether I can bike around the property, but whether I can get anywhere in the larger community on my bike. So I'd like to hear more about why that's going to be an attractive location for somebody who has a bike, for example. So thank you very much.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I have a couple of questions and comments.
Great, great.
So I guess, since, I mean, you mentioned the pandemic, and I mean, I feel like this was a poster child I kept driving by of like, wow, what timing that was for office hotel. Like, darn. And so now, this proposed use being housing instead of, long-term or even short-term stay hotel, seems like a good replacement. Was there other type of housing besides market rate rentals you looked into this, including ownership or other options? I'd just like to hear that.
I don't know, Christian, do you want to comment on that in terms of your feeling between a rental product versus an ownership product?
Sure, I think, I can somewhat sympathize with some of the comments about, feeling isolated. I think, the progression of this particular location would be a stretch to go to, condos at this particular moment in time. I think, apartment housing is a more suitable use and more demand at this location at this moment in time. And I think it's a great improvement to an extended stay hotel. You've got 240 keys of dual brand Marriott directly to the north that we'll hopefully build here in the next year. And you've got, a days into the south, there's a lot of hotels in this area, and this area in particular is driven by corporate travel. People are not typically staying in Edina, Bloomington, Highway 100, 494 for leisure, and it's driven heavily by flight-driven hotel guests, not drive-to hotels. And there's an interesting dichotomy in the industry right now where drive-to leisure hotels are performing quite well, whereas fly-to corporate hotels are still performing terribly. And while I'm an optimist, as all developers are, and I believe that is going to come back, and we're seeing it as a company that can and will build hospitality. We see it coming back, but there's also going to be a permanent shift for a certain segment of businesses towards Zoom, and so for the foreseeable future, there's less demand for fly to corporate driven hospitality. And so I think this is the sensible and best and highest use in increasing the number of units, increasing the supply of housing of 200 units and including 20 units or 10% affordable, I think is great for affordability and equity in the community.
Okay, thank you. I guess just, my comment around housing, I mean, again, it's what works now. Arguably, I mean, we trust you. If you're going to build it, like obviously see a market for it, but it definitely sticks out as out of place there right now. And again, things have to develop around it to make those uses compatible. But I mean, if an apartment building just showed up there, I think everyone would be like, that's an odd place for that right now. So yes, that works for the moment, but also looking to the future, I'd be interested to see what you might have else for other even ownership models, or if you divided a segment of the site to something different, or just made it not look like one large 6-story kind of uniform building from the front. How you could stagger that with different form, especially on that first level along that future roadway to the north. How do you activate that first level and make it look, activated so people have spaces that go right out to the street and there's energy there? Because right now, just how the building's shaped, it kind of feels like the back of the building has its back to that street that you want to activate and provide access to. You almost have, a private backyard to a sleepy street. And, that Chili's site is, kitty corner to the southwest where there's that credit union to the south. And that doesn't change for a long time. It just seems like it's going to be a sleepy street. So I don't know if you'd consider, going higher on the sides of the apartment building, lower in the middle, shifting the middle, just to, make it maybe have more of an active out. I don't know. It just seems like the building's shape and how it connects to the rest of the sites could be improved. And maybe I just need to see a couple iterations to support it better.
Yeah, so thank you for that comment, Commissioner. We spent considerable time on, which direction we would orient the building. And, we purposely put the lobby on the northwest corner. And we, purposely did not put a curb cut in Viking Drive. And so people are going to be accessing vehicular, bicycle, and pedestrian through the site to the north, and we felt that was really important for the broader area and community. In the orientation of where the amenity deck, people aren't often going from playing bocce ball or sitting at the pool to then walking to a restaurant use to the north. They're going to go up and change first and then go through the lobby. And directly on the left there you can see you have a 5-story hotel not too far across the street, and so orienting it the other way, you'd have 5 stories of hotel guests looking down on the pool, and amenity deck, which we felt would make this feel like an even less ideal island where you got you're living, it's your home. You may be renting it, but it's your home, and you've got, eyes looking down there. And the Viking Drive is a boulevard street with nice trees and bigger separation and nicer view corridors. And so we feel that the orientation of the building makes for a more livable home for people, both in their homes, view corridors, and amenity, indoor and exterior amenity areas. And so, we're open to feedback, and we've had, quite a bit of dialogue and looked at different options, but we felt this was the most suitable, to plan with the site, but also create a nice environment for our future residents.
Thanks. Yeah, that totally makes sense. You capitalize on the south-facing direction for the sun and everything else. I guess just one suggestion maybe would be, even just scooching that middle part of the building a little south to just have some more prominent public realm. Because I see what you're saying, but it purely just benefits the residents only. And maybe there's an opportunity to make that art walk a little more substantial. It's not just a sit and kind of hang out somewhere. We've talked about the site a lot. It's really about the connections. So how do you make all of the connections pleasant? And I'm just not really seeing it on the north and the west side. It looks like it's almost there. It just doesn't look as distinct in the sketch plan. But those are just some of my thoughts of how you could improve the public realm, and certainly for the neighbors across the street. Because if they're just looking at front of apartment units, it's not really a charming corridor to walk along anymore either. So, and then I guess my last comment really is just on the affordability. It'd be nice, since you mentioned ownership's really not an option here, but to see more affordable units, because I mean, we know modular construction. I mean, that's the ticket to more affordability. So I really think that we should see more than 10%, and it'd be nice to see upwards of 20% the next go around. That's all I got for you right now. Thanks.
Just to briefly respond to that, and thank you for that feedback, Commissioner. You know, unfortunately, material costs are not in our favor right now, and you know, lumber's up 40% in the last 30 days alone, and I certainly hope that that changes by the time we would potentially be building this project. But every day I look at continues to go up, and it's not just lumber, it's copper, it's steel, it's, you know, electrical boxes, PVC, you know, material prices are through the roof right now, and so construction costs are rising, and so it, you know, it is, you know, from a, you know, the project has to make sense financially. We need, you know, lenders and investors to buy into the project, and so, you know, the numbers need to work, and, you know, unfortunately, you know, construction costs and material costs are in particular are working against us at this moment in time. I hope that changes in the next month, and we can, you know, we have more options, but you know, it's tough to make you know, projects pencil out with material, you know, rapidly and constantly rising.
Thank you.
Yeah, I keep unmuting. Has everyone had the chance to speak? Okay, I just have a couple questions, comments. First of all, I thank you for bringing this before us, and I hope that you you know, take this feedback, and you know, we look forward to the next time. I have one question, one comment. I want to follow up on the materials. What I would ask is that there be a very limited, you know, or very limited, or even none would be fine, use of prefabricated exterior materials, you know, like concrete, or, you know, the more natural materials would be great if possible. I don't know what you're thinking. Maybe you want to respond to that.
Are you referring to precast concrete when you said the
Yeah.
concrete? Okay, good news. Didn't plan on any.
Okay, great. And then just more of a general question. Designing the rooms, or the, you know, the individual units, are you are you seeing any kind of change in how you design living residences for apartments versus say 18 months ago?
I'll answer. We've actually been talking about that quite a bit with the supposed future greater percentage of people working from home. How do we make the spaces flexible for them? I think whenever you design in a specific area, like say a built-in desk or other area that's dedicated for one use, that works against you, but enough space to offer the flexibility of the resident to work from home, or if they choose not to, they can use it for other things. So we are talking about that quite a bit, and the design process continues.
Okay, fair enough. I don't know if, you know, that probably would not be a criterion one or the other for approval. It's just something I was curious about. Well, that's it. You know, I think everyone's giving your feedback again. I hope you take it.
Can I mention something?
Oh, Commissioner Miranda.
Yeah, sorry to take this longer. Is there any reason, you know, it seems like we get a lot of negative feedback from single-family homeowners of, you know, apartment buildings near them and limiting height and whatnot. And this seems nowhere near any single-family homes. Is there any reason is it because of the prefab that you're limiting it to 6 stories, or something else?
Well, the prefab is set up for wood construction, and that's as high as it can go.
Okay.
So we're
Yeah,
keeping to our
by code, we're
strong
limited to
points.
5 stories of wood. And so, our max by code is 85 feet and 5/2. In this case, we felt 5/1 is more appropriate for this location, but we manufacture with wood, not with steel. And so we're limited to 1 to 5 stories of wood by code.
Okay. And then just to confirm, I'm understanding the bike and pedestrian access. There is access to the west side of the building from the south for bikes and pedestrians, right? From Viking Drive.
Are you talking internally or through the site?
To go through the site.
Yes, they'll be wide open and welcoming, and we're hoping lots of people use it.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, is that everything, commissioners? Well, thank you very much, and good luck. I assume we'll probably see you again, but good luck and thank you.
Thank you for the feedback. We
Thank you.
appreciate it. Look forward to seeing you again real soon.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Well, everyone. I just lost my my other computer where I keep track of everything. So I believe that takes us next to chair and member comments. Oh no, reports and recommendations is next. Carrie, anyone? Do we have any reports or recommendations?
We just it was the only report and recommendation this evening.
None.
No.
Okay, so then chair and member comments. Any members have comments? Mr. Miranda.
Yes, I just wanted to point out or mention that I mentioned before that I'm on the Climate Action Plan work group for the city, and we had our first substantial meeting today, 3 hours long. God. So it's been a very long. It's been 8 hours of volunteer meetings today. But anyway, it was really good. There's great diversity on the work group, and young people, old people, multiple races, business owners. I mean, a little bit of everything. So it's a really diverse group, and we split into subgroups and come back together. So I think we're going to have really interesting things to be talking about next year when after we come to our conclusions by September, I think is when we're due. So it's been a great group that the city put together, and I think we're gonna have a lot of interesting things. Thanks.
Very good. Anyone else have any comments? Commissioner Bennett.
I think it's just a quick one. The city of Edina's HRA, so our city council had a meeting, a special meeting, completely dedicated to the Grandview Public Worksite redevelopment last Thursday, maybe, and it's now available for recording. So feel free to check it out. It seems like they're kind of moving in a direction. Some of it's clear, some of it's not, but there seems to be shared interest in the co-op, primarily keeping it age restricted, so senior co-op, the south side, and then figuring out what that north side could be from a public realm amenity, whether that's the city owns the land, leases it out, the city owns a structure, leases it out, so there's like an indoor-outdoor use. It could be privately run, publicly run. They need to figure that out. But yeah, if you're more interested in that, give me a call. Love to talk about it.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else? I don't have anything either, other than it's 12:13 in the morning. Staff comments. Carrie, do you have anything?
Yeah, just quickly, 30-second update on some of the recent Planning Commission action items that you recall the group home, the Geneva Suites, that was your decision was appealed to City Council. It goes before them next on May 18th. And you recall the other administrative appeal that you went along with the staff interpretation of the code. They decided not to appeal that decision, so that was a final action, and the builder can begin their home. That is all I have. Thanks.
Carrie. And that takes us to, I believe, adjournment. Is there a motion to adjourn? Does anyone else has anything else that, you know? Otherwise, motion. Sheila?
I move to adjourn.
I second.
All right, Liz, could you do a roll vote, please?
Commissioner Alkire,
Aye.
Commissioner Agnew,
Aye.
Commissioner Bartling,
Aye.
Commissioner Strauss,
Aye.
Commissioner Berube,
Aye.
Commissioner Bennett,
Aye.
Commissioner Miranda,
Aye.
Chair Nemrov.
Aye. Thank you, everyone. Good night.